ヘルという私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
the lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free. What you know is more than with me. It's our destiny. Down we never let go. Influence through our investigation. Difference nowadays a direction. Who is the real news line on in this game, friends play through the chains. Some lost memories, undone the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains. The words collide. We know the endless night.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。 如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，它们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。 当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
只有在这里， 我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction? Trick or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is theirself now. That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸。然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。让我记上这份小小的晚餐。
This is me, Nana, and Kavindi. With Identity TV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain. Dancing on the wind, yeah. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game, yeah. Reach your stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in my sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors, unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Let's see the players. Come on, first for me. We're coming from to me. Ooh, ooh, I love you silly now. Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Ooh, ooh, I love you silly now. Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like
hero. Emily get the limo. Leo Beck's back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin Ayuso. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters. That's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are runners in the darkest town. But I got you and you got me. To work is the key. Identity V.
No more survivors. Unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we come and rock this town. Look to the players. Come on first for me. We come from to me. I love the ceiling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you want the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love the ceiling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you want the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love the ceiling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you want the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love the ceiling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you want the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better.
This is me, Nana, and Kevin D. With IDTV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the ring. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game, yeah. Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in my sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah.
No more survivors. Unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we come and rock this town. Look to the players. Come on first for me. We come from to me. I love the ceiling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, detectives, good evening. It is now day 4 of IVC Southeast Asia 2021. We've seen some amazing gameplay all week. We've seen NR, we've seen Fave, and it was just a bunch of really great games. But today we will be having our match with Ethereal, GS, ECT, and GH. And casting with me tonight is no other than Xeaora. Hello!
Hello, everyone.
Oh, check out that hat on you. It's so cute.
The teaser. Can you guess who this is? Guys, comment it down below if you guys know which character this is, you know? But going
I already
back,
know the answer.
Right. Oh, don't know spoilers. But of course, for more updates for the IVC Southeast Asia 2021, you guys can join us in the Discord. Just scan a QR code or type in discord.gg/identityv. And as what Kahelle said, we're going to have two matches for today. It's going to be best of threes once again with Ethereal and GS, followed by ECT and GH. So far out of these teams, only ECT is the one yet to see their score lines right now. So they will be firstly facing off GH. GH won, if I'm not mistaken, last week, and Ethereals were the one who won against our Philippine team, which is CTS, and during the, if I'm not saying, that was a wild card, right? And after, was that wild
that was
card
during
or was that
the preliminaries?
Preliminaries, there you go. And then for GS, they were the ones who triumphed against Fave just recently. And yeah, I'm pretty excited how things are gonna go, Kahelle.
I am excited too, especially because we've had some really tight races for scores since last week, and we've even had extra rounds. So I'm really excited to see if we're gonna see the same thing tonight.
Yes, like these teams are basically formidable. They are already on this journey from the group stages to the playoffs, and I'm just really excited for these teams because these teams already created a statement for their names, and they also do have, the way that they work with the meta is just amazing, and they only differ in how their strategies are gonna pan out. So Kahelle, do you have like an expectations, to say the least, for our matches today?
Well, I am noticing that GH is just killing it. They've been killing it since day one. The same with GS, and well, we've seen some very skilled hunters. But before we get into that, of course, we need to be refreshed, our memories refreshed with the rules. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Here we go.
Welcome to the Identity-Fi Championship Southeast Asia 2021, the professional tournament for Southeast Asian detectives. This year, IVC Southeast Asia 2021 has been upgraded to a new level with esports integrity. More games to watch, more teams to cheer, and more rounds for detectives. The IVC 2021 has been divided into 4 stages. The preliminary stage from August 2nd to August 8th. The wildcard stage from August 14th to August 15th. The group stage from August 20th to August 29th. And the playoff stage from September 3rd to September 12th. The registration will be open in-game from July 22nd to July 25th. The 128 teams will be selected to participate in the preliminary stage based on ranking tiers. In the preliminary stage, 128 teams will be divided into 8 groups and will compete against each other within the group in a single elimination best-of-3 format. The winner of the 8 groups will advance to the group stage, and the runner-up of each group will advance to the wildcard stage. In the wildcard stage, 8 teams runner-up from the preliminary stage will merge into one group and will be competing against each other to find the top 3 teams to advance to the group stage. There will be 12 teams in the group stage. First, let's break down where the 12 teams came from. 8 teams from the preliminary stage, 3 teams from the wildcard stage, and 1 invited team from the Call of the Abyss 4. These 12 teams will be divided into 4 groups. Each group will compete in a round-robin best-of-3 format with the top 2 teams from each group to the playoff stage. In the playoffs, each team will be placed against each other by seeding and will be competing in the best of 3 double elimination format, and the grand final will be played in the best of 5 format. The IVC 2021 will be using the same map selection and point calculation method as the IVC 2020, except for the ban pick. This year, we have adjusted the ban pick rules. For the best of 3 round 1, the hunter bans 1 survivor from being selected. The survivor then selects 2 of their characters, after which the hunter bans yet another survivor. The survivor club does not need to ban any hunters. Compared with the former rules, an increment of 1 survivor bans will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 3 survivors and 1 hunter ban. And the third round will have 4 survivors and 2 hunter ban. For the best of 5 format, the first 3 rounds will follow the same ban pick pattern as the best of 3. For round 4 and 5, the hunter club bans 4 survivors from being selected. The survivor club then bans 3 hunters. After the survivor club selects 2 of their character, the hunter bans yet another survivor. The tournament prize pool will be a whopping 1 million Thai baht, and the IVC Southeast Asia 2021 champion will have a direct seat on the Call of the Abyss 5. Hope you all enjoy, and don't forget to watch the Identity V Championship Southeast Asia 2021. See you there!
And there we have it, the rules, ladies and gentlemen. Big shout outs to Rin, who did the voiceover for the rules. It's always so refreshing to hear it from him. And we miss you, Rin.
Miss you already, Rin.
So just to go back on what we've discussed so far, we know that GS actually and GH have been killing it since the preliminaries. Actually, they have suffered no losses. They just kept on advancing and advancing, and this is really exciting for me because Moru is actually arguably one of the most versatile hunters in the league. We've seen him use Breaking Wheel, we've seen him use Sculptor and Bonbon. Wow, so I don't know what to expect. So maybe he's got a new hunter to present to us tonight. So what do you think, Xeaora?
I think most of our teams are still going to stick with the meta, as we mentioned earlier, because these meta survivors and hunters are really strong for a reason, and it's also being priority banned. So I think they will be sticking their stones to it. But if it were a time for them to be, a bit of a cheesy moment, or maybe it could be a situational moment for them, maybe we can see some, interesting picks that can come from these hunters and survivors. Because from the few weeks that we witnessed, we were able to witness the Feaster, we were able to see the Bonbon, we were able to see, even Violinist at play. So I'm not even going to be surprised if we were to see Lucino here to come into play.
Yes.
The lizard, or maybe a Geisha, because they've been appearing from the whole duration of IVC. Even Gamekeeper, if I'm not mistaken, and Undead were also in the table. So like anything can happen for both sides of the teams. And yeah, I agree with you. GS and GH were really doing it well in towards their respective seeds, but I'm pretty sure that the other teams, ET and ECT respectively, will really not go down without a fight as well.
That's right, especially because for both Ethereal and ECT, this is actually the first time that they will be appearing in the group stage. So this is their first opportunity to show the teams and the viewers what they've got. So I'm really excited for that, especially because ETH came out of a really tight race against Team CTS back in the preliminaries. It was such a good fight, and now here is our today's matches. As we have mentioned, ET versus GS and ECT versus GH. I'm really excited how this is gonna play out.
Definitely, and this is just really exciting for both, especially for ECT. Despite you mentioned With ECT being in a very close fight with CTS, it's already remarkable as well. And because this is their first time in towards our group stages, I'm pretty sure that they've given themselves an ample amount of time to do research for their upcoming opponents. And of course, with that, we're going to have our player versus right here. Kahelle, why don't you give it for me?
Okay, so here are those hunters we've been talking about. We know for a fact that Z really likes using Axeboy. He's actually used Axeboy twice in the preliminaries in both of his 2 matches. And then we have Moru, of course, as I've mentioned, a really versatile, dangerous hunter here, ladies and gentlemen. He can use not only Breaking Wheel, but also and Guard 26 and Sculptor, and he's very proficient with all these hunters. So I'm excited, and just look at these numbers, really impressive. 81% win rate with Breaking Wheel. We're really seeing how a Breaking Wheel at his full potential comes into play. I really think he's becoming one of the game's most dangerous hunters.
Very threatening, of course, because the fact that Pollen has this kind of versatility that can come into play, regardless if the map is small or wide, Pollen can really work wonders, especially if the user is really efficient in using the said hunter. And Moru already created a statement at least during the duration of IVC. He already snagged up those MVPs throughout the board, but right now it's going towards their survivors. Johan with the entomologist here, having an average decoding progress of 151.46 progress, and for HQ Fat he does have 141 as well. So I like the fact that this prospector coming in from HQ Fat is, it's used situationally, but if he does use it, it also works wonders for his team. It really is beneficial for them. And in terms of win rate, Johan's entomologist is at 60%, 42% for HQ Fat, because then again, this Norton is used situationally. And for that average rescue though, entomologist 0.44, so I'm pretty sure this is more connected to just delaying the hunter without the swarm of bees and just focus on the coding. Meanwhile, for HQ Fat, it's slightly higher by 0.10 to say the least. And yeah, it's basically more on utilities for both sides.
And here are our decoders from both teams, both favoring the mechanic, though we all know that the mechanic is a frequent ban, but nonetheless, here are their numbers. Average decoding 148 for Windy and 132 for Elitan, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And some really decent win rates here. These are actually really good numbers.
Yes.
And we do know that the mechanic has a slow pallet dropping rate, a dropping speed rather, and that's why I really think 10 and 13% is still a very good number, and for them to pull off these average rescues, to see 0.60 means that Windy is able to rescue successfully, whereas Elitan is able to decode safely in the distance. And it's a situational thing, but nonetheless, both works.
Yes, and of course we do have another set of survivors here. Raindrop basically gonna have that mercenary having a win rate of 63%. Average decoding progress is 135, so maybe there are cases wherein he's not really present with the hunter, and average rescue is 0.76. So basically, he has successful rescues in the process. Meanwhile, for Sugar here, we do see that Edgar, or the painter, is also coming into light. It's starting to really go up the ranks in terms of meta here, having 52% win rate. So that's above average per se. And the fact that the balance hitting is at 5%, sure, but at least during the duration of IVC, he was able to hit the hunter for quite a amount of time. And the average decoding progress 145. Average rescue is 0.39. So I think at this rate for Sugar, I think it's more on the paintings that were placed timely, that basically helped in kiting, and as well as the rescue potential of their main rescuer.
That's right. And actually, from watching the previous matches, I've also seen Sugar use Prisoner, and here are more mechanics who are waiting to get banned.
I'm pretty
Daddy
sure.
here, yes, with a win rate of 45%. And look at these pallet hitting rates, really impressive here. And look at their average rescues. It looks like both Daddy and Sky Zero are both able to rescue when the occasion calls for it, which is just impressive. We do know that they have been using other survivors in the lineup, given that the mechanic is always a frequent ban. Sky Zero also used Priestess and Coordinator in the previous matches, which just shows how versatile of a survivor he is, and we can expect no less from Daddy here, especially because when you've got the mechanic as your preferred, we already know that a hunter is most likely to ban a mechanic, so you really have to have those extra cards up your sleeve.
Yeah, definitely. And for now, I'm pretty sure that mechanic is going to be respected for both sides. We're not going to see at least a mechanic, to see the light of day for this matchup, to say the least. And I think that opens a lot of opportunities for the Prisoner, for Luca, if not explored, depending on the map that was chosen. So if it were to be like Arms Factory, could be potentially Explorer. But I do notice that for the side of GS, to say the least, they do have this not just your common mercenary forward kind of main rescuers. They do also have the Prospector here. So maybe this Prospector could also be like a sub support or utility base to try to create diversion plays against the hunter, in which the other survivors can basically focus really on decoding and trying to find their escape route in terms of transitioning from one terrain to another. And for the side of Ethereal here, you mentioned that they are in a pretty close fight with CTS, and because of that, there is also this moment of mystery as well, because you can't really base it alone just with that fight, because this is their first so far in the group stages. So I'm pretty sure that ample amount of time that we mentioned that they were able to study their opponents, maybe they may find some interesting survivors and or hunters that could have been beneficial for them. Especially, we've seen this trend that came from group stages that usually it's Ever Sleeping Town first or Arms Factory first. So it kind of has that kind of pattern, right? So maybe if Ethereal were to work between those, maybe they can give us or catch us by surprise. I'm also excited if we were to see other heroes or other survivors, such as, let's say, Female Dancer, or even, let's say, other than Prisoner, maybe somewhat like First Officer, because I know First Officer was also appeared, as well as Wildling, right? So
yes, Wildling.
What do you think about this, Cal?
Well, in terms of decoding, yes, we do have the Prisoner, we do have the Explorer for smaller maps, especially Arms Factory, and Leos, especially because of those weeds. But looks like we will be having our first match at Arms Factory. Wow! See? And like we said, no mechanic today. Not now, not ever, as it seems. So that this is Z's obvious pick, and of course very understandable. So now the teams will capitalize on that to be able to put in the Seer into the lineup, which is no surprise, actually.
Yeah, actually, because we do have our equation from the previous one ever since we started, right? The P squared MSF. So basically, if either of these three are banned out, two of them I'm pretty sure are going to be picked. So here we do have the mechanic here and the forward ban as well. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a Prisoner and the Gravekeeper. Oh, there you go.
That's right. That's right. You're getting it right, Xeaora.
I'm influenced by your 100% predictions here, Kahelle.
So yes, this is a very interesting lineup. You know, a sculptor, of course. Oh, yes, this is the first time we'll be seeing Z use Sculptor, so I'm really excited how this will play out, especially because this is a rescuer-centered lineup. We only have one person for support, which is the Seer, and we have the Prisoner to make up for the decoding, especially because the mechanic is banned as expected. So I haven't seen Z use Sculptor, so let's see how he'll use it. And now here we are. Xeaora, why don't you start things off?
Alright, so we do see Z here into the lower left side corner of our map from earlier. And of course, your usual target is basically going to be Luca or the Prisoner here, since you mentioned this is their decoder to compensate because mechanic is banned. So I guess that is going to be the play. But then again, Sugar Baby is quite being spotted by Z right here, but Z is in the terrain, so he might want to, you know, really move away from this because kiting is going to happen right now, and I think the others are focusing on decoding. So for this statement, to say the least, wow! But the transition though from Sugar Baby to Bull is, and the timing as well is really nice.
That was a nicely timed owl right there. Also, that was some good coordination on the part of Bull and Sugar Baby there, because did you see how he was able to successfully hide in those ruins? That was amazing. And now it's up to Bull here to contain Z as best as he can. Oh, wow! That was a nice hit right there. And now Z will try to... Oh, Blink! Whoa, wow, that was amazing. That was a really good use of Blink. A nicely timed Blink. Good job on the side of Z right here, especially because there are only there are 5 ciphers remaining, but 2 are about to be done. So it looks like both are off to a fair start.
Definitely, and that was actually a very nice, you know, patience coming in from Z. And to boot that, basically a Sculptor is like your 2-in-1 coffee in here, wherein you can camp as well as you can lurk. But look at this though, the successful save coming in from the Mercenary and a body block as well. With the help of Steel, will be able to further distance himself, and Bull has to try his very best to kite away from the statues and the hits that will come from Z.
Oh, that was a nicely timed hit right there. And a Terror Shock, I believe, while Tide Turner was in effect. But now, Bull will now be returning to the rocket chair. And given that there are 3 ciphers remaining, I do believe the somebody, the Mercenary, if not the Gravekeeper, might still go for the rescue, especially because it looks like he is... Okay, it looks like he's gone back to decoding, so will they rescue Bull right here? They do have 3 ciphers at half progress, which is a good progress, more or less. But now it looks like Bull will be returning to the manor.
Yes, I mean, they can't really risk saving Bull at that point because Z is already on the way to Sugar Daddy, and Mercenary was focusing on decoding at that time, so the distance is not really going to cover much off. And right now we do see Daddy right here trying his best to kite away despite the terrains. But look at that knockdown coming in from Z, very timed as well. He baited out the shovel to be used the statue, and basically got Sugar Daddy in the process. The cipher is still 3. They still need 3 ciphers to decode here. So Kahelle, what do you think about this?
This is actually amazing. It looks like the survivors will be in a bit of a tight situation here with the lack of cipher progress, and there really is nothing left to do but for the mercenary to rescue Sugar Daddy right here. But looks like Z is cutting him off, stopping him on his tracks, and now Windy is not able to rescue Sugar Daddy before half, and is actually very far from him. And this is just really amazing from Z right here, because the pressure he's putting not only on the rescue but also on the ciphers is really on point. Look at the cipher progress, Xeaora.
Yes, and they still do need 3, and Windy is already trying his best to transition from one area to another, but the timing once again, and Gravekeeper was not saved in time, and is gonna go back to the manor. And here Windy is just basically trying his best to buy some time, at least for Sugar Bean to decode. But unfortunately, knockdown is going to happen here. Windy with the Z rather with the patience is really commendable here. So Z will decide to drop down the mercenary, because at any time he could just chase it again and won't have self heal for the next one. So because prisoner here is only at 25. Is already 25% injured. What do you think is the best case scenario here, Kahelle?
At this point, it will be difficult to complete all of those ciphers, especially with just 2 of them left. What my prediction is that Z will just be going back and forth between these 2 survivors, because he wants to go for that 4-man kill. And look at the prisoner's state here, already down. And as I predicted, of course, Z will want to go back for the mercenary, because he still has been able to use his self-heal. So all that's left to do is for him to just chase him again and then go back for Sugar Baby right here. So Z is off to a good start. This is really looking good for ETH for the first half at least. Wow, amazing. I'm really impressed.
Really asserting the dominance here for Z as he really times his statues. And that was a beautiful terror shock by Z, and unfortunate for Windy, because I think Windy really planned to at least go at an earlier pace in crossing that pallet. But right now spawns out Sugar Baby goes for the electrocute, but will be cornered and knocked down. And I think this is a sweep for Z, and in towards our round 1 first half, we witness Ethereal getting a sweep.
That was amazing. That Z was just on top of it all. He dominated the whole match, not giving the survivors any time to achieve their objectives. And I really wasn't expecting this, actually, because we do know that GS is they've made a name for themselves. So for Z to actually pull this off with a sculptor, a hunter that I haven't seen them use yet, this is really a pleasant surprise. And it looks like today's matches, we're starting with a bang, Xeaora.
Definitely. And the fact that Ethereal was able to get a sweep, as you mentioned, against a top contending team in towards IVC, it only means that they did their research. That's the thing. And I think the pacemaker that paved the way for Z here is basically when he first spotted out Sugar Baby. If you notice that Sugar Baby already had that that enough time to really go and kite. And then the decision wherein Z was able to change from the prisoner to the seer was actually great. Why? Because you don't want that owl to be tedious on the next set of rounds. You mentioned that the owls were timely, placed or displaced by the seer. So you don't really want that to happen in the next coming round. So the focus from the prisoner to the seer was a good choice, in my opinion. And the fact that he was able to seal the deal really had that, snowball effect for Z.
Especially because, as you mentioned, him transitioning to the seer, that actually was a very unsafe cipher. There aren't much pallets and windows to work with. You're gonna have to run quite a bit of distance before making it at least to the shack or the triple pallets outside of that area. So it also explains how Z was able to down the seer at a very quickly. To be able to pull off that blink in the shack, that was actually to be expected, because of that area that the seer was in. And now here are the match data. We have here Z's numbers here, 3 ciphers remaining. Wow, the cipher pressure is just a lot. 23 survivor hits, 2 pallets destroyed, and 7 knockdowns. It looks like Z is on fire. What about the survivors here?
All right, for GS here, we did see that Bull also, created at least an amount of space for those 2 ciphers to be decoded, having a 56-second containment time, 45 per second on the cipher. 72% progress for Windy here, and 95 seconds containment time. So at least he was able to, get a hold of Z, to say the least, for at least a short amount of time. 149% decoding progress. So Sugar technically was able to do his job in the process. Unfortunately, though, he was also spot out from the very last moments of the game. Daddy as well with 142% decoding progress. With 35 seconds containment time, because again, the shovels were baited out by the statues of Z, and then to fully hit him and knock him down was unfortunate, but at least you see that amount of patience that come through from Z. And I'm pretty sure that from GS, if I'm mistaken, it's God J, right? Their hunter. Oh no, it's Moru. It's Moru.
Yeah.
So Moru, it's already a statement that he, is a very, very one of the hunters that you need to reckon with. He's that force. Because of this, I think Moru may go for a sweep as well, but I'm pretty sure he might use a sculptor here, since sculptor also thrives in Arms Factory, and the amount of space that those statues can cover to deny the kiting potentials of the survivor is really great. It's really big.
It is. I actually would agree that Moru might just use Sculptor right off the bat, because we have mentioned time and again that the Sculptor is capable of the 3 things that we need in a hunter, and that is the chase potential, your defense of the chair, and to put pressure on the ciphers, and to have your eyes on the whole map. That map control of the Sculptor is amazing, and we've seen this in the previous match. I actually am expecting a mirror match. We do understand that players need to do what they need to do to secure those points, especially because this is 5-0 now between ETH and GS in favor of ETH. Of course, Moru will want to make a comeback and answer back with a sweep as well, ideally.
Yes, I mean that is your play. You would want to keep the stakes high and get those objectives high as much as possible by tying it out in the first round, so at least he can guarantee a round number 3 here, to say the least. But I think that is usually the objective of any team that is here in IVC. So for this, I agree with you, we might see a mirror match, because in terms of survivor lineup, it is very meta for the side of GS from earlier. So still not counting them out. They do have Moru for potential sweep, and maybe a comeback for the GS survivors in towards round number 2. So
yes,
if it's not to be a sculptor, let's say, who do you think Moru would choose?
Well, we do know that Moru is proficient with Bonbon. He's been using Bonbon to secure 3-man kills in the previous matches, so we can expect him also, but let's see.
Yep, indeed. And again, as we mentioned, Kahelle, we won't be seeing Mechanic in the light of day, so I assume maybe Seer Merc once again to be chosen, or maybe we can see someone different in here.
Well, I do know for a fact that Sky Zero is able to use Coordinator, but first we'll see. I'm guessing they will not be letting go of the opportunity to use the Seer.
Yeah.
And
Seer
actually a forward.
Yeah, Seer forward. Merc.
Or forward and mercenary.
Merc. Yeah, or maybe Seer as well, because
yes,
Seer is also one of the top banned survivors as well. If it's not going to be Seer, it's either the forward or could be prisoner, so that they can at least lock in their respective. Oh, actually, it's neither. It's gonna be Prospector. Hello to you, Norton. Oh, no, changing it to forward. Don't get my hopes up here. Yeah, don't get my hopes up. But yeah, it's either of the two, basically. You don't want to let go of the forward and the Seer, who's been very, very powerful in towards our meta, to say the least. And I think for Moru, he may be batting out either the Seer or the prisoner. What do you think?
Well, it depends. And there it is, the Seer. You're right, Xeaora. Of course, Moru doesn't want to deal with the Seer because the support that he's able to give with his owl is really enough to turn the tides here. So now I'm guessing this is gonna be, of course, they're gonna want to make up for decoding with prisoner. Again, a gravekeeper. And do you think there's gonna be a decoder here? We do have Explorer as well. Aha, there it is. The prisoner to be selected by Yorhan, who has actually already used prisoner in his previous matches. And we do know that Yorhan is a very efficient kiter, so since the meta is changing, rescuers are now the decoder. Oh, wow!
Batter! Hello! Last time I saw... No.
Oh,
again,
no,
we spoke
the
too soon.
painter.
Edgar, Painter. I don't wanna lock it until it's locked in, But Painter could be very, very viable for this lineup because they also need someone to stall Moru, especially if the hunt is on. Because I think that is one of also the things that GS lacked from earlier in terms of their survival side. Because the Seer was, being continually chased, they don't have that much that survivor wherein they can use to stall or to divert the attention, or to say the least, during that fight from round 1 first half, the prisoner was too far to actually go for a stun back there. But with this Painter, maybe it could change, the actual gameplay for Ethereal right here, considering that, if you really place that painting on time, it can really, really be of huge benefit for your team.
Well, that's right. But we do know, however, that if the hunter knows how to avoid seeing that painting, he could effectively dodge it. But see, there we go. That sculptor.
Galati.
Well, this is
Yes.
almost something of a mirror match, but we'll see how a painter will come into play as well as a forward. We do know that the forward and the mercenary is the dynamic duo of the tournament. Everybody, every team, if not most, really do include the forward and the mercenary always in their lineup. So this is really exciting with Moru spawning at the middle of the map and spotting Sky Zero. And there they are. So it looks like Sky Zero is gonna be doing the kiting, if not the distracting for now. But Moru will transition to the factory here, having seen that Raindrop, the painter, is here. And now let's see.
I think I understand the concept behind as to why Ethereal chose a forward. Other than they, really utilize this survivor pretty well. The fact that forward is a really tedious survivor to work with against a sculptor. So, assuming that Ethereal knows that Moru will be choosing sculptor for this match, it was actually a good call. But now that's an early blink coming in, and that's a successful hit for Moru. Wonderful job for him. And Raindrop here, also good transition because this area has a lot of terrain, so you can really, find your time into kiting off Moru. Unless, of course, Moru here will hit him. The painting is placed on the proper timing and gives him space to distance himself, but Moru may not give up just yet.
That's right. That was a really nice. There we go. Raindrop is down with 5 ciphers remaining, but already 2 almost done, which is already a very decent kite in my opinion. But here comes Sky Zero. Oh my goodness, right off the bat, coming for the rescue. Wow, an amazing top, a successful rescue. And now Moru is resuming the chase for Raindrop here. I really was not expecting that.
And the last effort's gonna be popped, but again, it's basically demonstrated as to why the forward can be pretty, meticulous to work with here against the sculptor. But then again, he was able to take down the painter, and Raindrop here also did a good job in staying the furthest away. The stun may happen at any time since Sky Zero is in the vicinity, and we just have to see if there is a second attempt in the rescue. But right now, we do see that with the chisel, spots out Chiari here, and Chiari is really doing great with the kiting as well.
And also, look at the cipher progress. Already 2 ciphers remaining, and the last cipher already being touched. And it looks like it's gonna be up to Chiari here to do the rescuing, if not just to at least put pressure on Moru in defending the painter, just to be able to buy time for the others to decode those 2 remaining ciphers. But look at this. Chiari, will he go for the save? Oh, it looks like he'll just put pressure on Moru here. But Moru really doing a good job defending Raindrop. Wow, that was a really good hit. But look, still was able to rescue Raindrop at the last second, though double hit. And there goes that painting again. Wow, the use of painting really is, it shows what you were saying, Xeaora, about the painting being put at the right places. Still was able to buy time because look, although Raindrop and Chiari are down, both of the 2 ciphers remaining are already almost done.
Yes, and they basically bought a huge amount of time for these ciphers to pop, and it's already primed, assuming so, they're just waiting for Sky Zero to basically be hit. That's going to be the pop, and three survivors are still remaining here. Chiari is injured. As I assume that Moru has detention here, or I don't think so. I don't think he has detention. But then again, with this priority that Moru is doing is also, pretty good. to say the least, because he took advantage of the terrains right here to knock down Xeaora. I assume that after putting him in the rocket chair, we'll teleport to the other side of the gate.
And there it is, that teleport you've been talking about. Yes, let's see.
Ooh.
And because Moru did not carry detention, both survivors were able to escape, and it is a tie between ETH and GS. Fantastic play on the part of both the hunter and the survivors. That was a pretty intense match. You can just see their coordination, and it's really such a surprise sometimes how everything happens so fast. The hunter was able to down the painter within 5 ciphers that quickly became 3 out of nowhere, and then before you know it, the cipher has already been popped. It actually happened so fast.
They really did a good job containing that survivor in that specific area alone, because basically that is your usual objective. Like, sure, I guess 3 out of 4 survivors were in play here. You have the painter, you have the forward, you have the mercenary, but because of that, the prisoner was neglected mostly throughout the phases of the game, in which the prisoner, had a huge, amount of space to go and decode. Also, the other members as well, because as the mercenary, as Xeaora, and of course Edgar or Raindrop was delaying or creating these plays against Moru, Xeaora was also touching that, that cipher also near their area. So it's really working well. It complements their strategy for the side of Ethereal here. But still, you have to give commend to Moru for at least taking that, tomb survivors down. That leads to a tie. And then I'm heavily emphasizing this because of that painter. You really see that.
Yes.
That's one of the highlights of the game. Placing 2 paintings, timely manner, gave him some distance. That's just a strategy. It's okay for him to be sent back to the manor as long as he gave a lot of space for the other teammates that he has. And the fact that the stun as well of Xeaora was also on point the moment that Raindrop was first seated in the rocket chair, that was also amazing, because you require that huge amount of distance away before stunning Moru that long. So with that in hindsight, it's really the communications also at play here for the side of Ethereal that managed to work themselves out there.
That's right. And for Moru to be directing his energy towards the painter is actually the ideal scenario, especially because the painter is specifically for containment. And in doing that, he was able to leave the prisoner out in the open to decode. And speaking of decoding, check out Yorhan's decoding progress right here, 256%. Of course, doing what he does best, and a 5-second Kai at the gate. Look at the cipher progress also from the 2 rescuers here, Xeaora and Xeaora, each 100% more or less, and a really decent containment as well, especially with Xeaora containing Moru while he was defending Raindrop on the chair. But here's the creme de la creme. Raindrop's kite 88 seconds and only 18 cipher progress. It means that he did most of the containment for the team, bought that much time for them to be able to finish their objectives. Amazing job on the side of ETH here.
Definitely. And for Moru, also he did, quite a good job as well in towards that second half, having 13 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, 5 knockdowns. To say the least, for Moru, he was able to utilize those turns in his favor by the usage of the statues and the correct timing of his normal hit. And yeah, it was also expected that they will be having a mirror match to begin with, so really locking that forward was also one of the things that placed Ethereal in a favorable manner. And the painter.
That's right.
It really, the painting placement was just chef's kiss.
That's right. But we will be back with more Identity 5 action for the second half. We will be back after the break.
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：“勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。”神曰：“勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。”神曰：“勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。”神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Welcome back, detectives. This is Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. And we are now at the second round between ETH and GS. And hello, Xeaora. Good evening.
Good evening, Kahelle. And with that round 1, it was already the intensity is just surreal here, and I'm pretty sure you guys are pretty excited how things are going to pan out. But don't worry, we are waiting as much as you guys are waiting as well. So just take a chill pill right there, drink your plenty of water, stay safe and hydrated. But according to information here, Shinichi is going to sub out Bull. So this is on the survivor side for GS, and I'm really excited how what kind of strategy are they going to play here into our drawing board, because again, we mentioned that because substitute players tend to be the game changers for their team. So I'm pretty excited how Shinichi is going to play it out for GS. And for the side of the Hunter, Z here did an exemplary job in giving that and taking that sweep in towards round 1 first half. But you know what, Kahelle? Let's not bedazzle here. Let's start it off with round 2 first half at the Red Church.
Alright, so as expected, Mechanic is banned. No Mechanic, definitely. And which is, as I said, understandable. You really don't want to be dealing with a Mechanic, especially not in a map like this. Okay, so before we continue that match, I also would like to highlight Shinichi, because I've seen Shinichi play forward in the previous matches, especially in the match against Fave in day 2 of the group stage, and now here we are again with the survivor bans 3 rather instead of 3 instead of 2. So 2 right off the bat, 2 survivors will be banned, and it will be the Seer I see. This is the Seer I see.
Seer Mechanic.
And the Mechanic, of course.
Play. Definitely. They won't really see the light of day here because they are banned for a reason, and it's really their utilities, But for now, this is a good call for the survivors banning out Galatea, especially they do not want that sweep to happen again in towards this game. So right now we do see a prisoner, more likely a forward here, or mercenary. Yeah, could be. They could prioritize mercenary here because mercenary also has that mobility with the help of his elbow pads, and of course the steel will, again, very beneficial because it delays the time for him to actually be incapacitated. So Priestess as well to be banned by Z. This is actually nice because the portals are also one of the huge hindrances to a hunter.
That's right, and there are just those spots in the Red Church, as we all know, that really... this is a wildling I see here. Let's see who's gonna be... Wow, Xeaora, I am really interested to see how this is gonna play out, because these are really slow decoders right here. Oh, it looks like we're seeing it change. Instead of the wildling, we see here your prospector finally joining the fray, and the forward, as usual, forward and mechanic, forward and mercenary dynamic duo. It looks like they are anticipating Z's Axe Boy. I'm guessing we might see Axe Boy for this match, but who knows? Z might actually show us a new hunter that we haven't seen in the preliminaries, and I'm really excited. It's just a waiting game now.
Could be Dream Witch, could be Axe Boy, could be Axe Boy.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Definitely Axe Boy.
Yeah. In the player versus, we have seen Z's Axe Boy, and of course he also used this, if I'm not mistaken, with their previous matches, and he does also wonders with this hunter. And because I think that GS predicted that Z is going to be using Axe Boy, is the reason why this current lineup came to be. And so I think the usual play is still gonna happen. Try to hide or try to let the prisoner really have that cypher rush going. One, I'm probably sure it could be the prospector or the mercenary to divert Z's attention. But then again, Z into this game is already heading towards the prisoner's way, or prospector rather.
This is looking really ideal on the part of Z here, especially because look, hitting two birds with one stone here. Yes, Sugar Baby will be able to provide support indeed with that magnet. But it looks like Z will be concentrating on Windy instead. But do note that Windy is a very skilled kiter, so this should be interesting between Z and Windy right here, who is now
beautiful!
Wow.
That was a beautiful flame snipe coming in from Z. Notice how his first hit was a flame snipe and the second one was also on time. And you mentioned, and the basement is also going to be here. Looks like we're gonna have a basement party, Kahelle. And still 5 ciphers remaining.
That was a very early down on the part of Windy here, and Z just on point with that fireball. Wow, I'm really impressed. So now, what do you think the survivors will do? This is the only decoder in their lineup. The rest of them, save for the prospector, are actually rescuers, and they really need to make up for this lost decoding progress, especially with Shinichi already in the area waiting for the opportunity to rescue.
I assume that they need to force to save Windy here, but I think he will be saving it before the countdown rounds out, because if they let go of Windy like this, it may not be a good pace for GS. But knowing that the time is almost running out and Z heavily guarded that fact is basically, it's a risk, To me, in my opinion, they need to force the save, because if not,
well, of course.
Because if not, you mentioned they are slow in terms of decoding, because they are only potentially 3 survivors remaining. One has to delay or one has to stall, the other 2 has to decode. But because of that lineup, it's going to be a bit hefty or a bit tricky for GS. So I'm excited to see what they have to do about this. But looking at the timeline of that countdown, I don't think Shinichi has enough time to go for the save or for the rescue.
Yes, because especially as Rin would point out, going into the basement is one thing, but getting out is another. And that's it. Proven, because Windy has already flown back to the manor. And now it's gonna be up to these 3 guys to try to make up for that decoding. But well, this is actually a fair scenario, because all of these survivors are fairly hard to chase. We have the prospector with his magnets, the forward, the mercenary, really hard to chase. So who knows, maybe whoever Z finds first will be able to contain him just for just an ample amount of time before the rest of the team will be able to decode the remaining cipher. Wow. That happened so fast, Xeaora.
Definitely, and Z's timing as well with his hits are really favoring Z right now. He is on fire, literally. And look at that flame snipe once again. Oh, actually, no, that was actually the steel will. But that flame snipe was close for Z to get Sugar Daddy. So right now, I think he still would focus on the mercenary. But for the other members, they are slowly making their way into decoding the remaining 3 ciphers in the other sides of the map. So Sugar Daddy is doing a pretty good job in delaying this, but with the flame snipe, Sugar Daddy is gonna be hit.
Yes, hit, but at least that steel will, that delayed damage is still giving Sugar Daddy some time to go towards the corner of the map then again, the peaceful road is just giving Axe Boy such mobility that it, positioning yourself at the corner of the map won't do a thing when it comes to staying away from the chair or buying time before you can struggle maybe. And that, but look at this Cypher progress. They could potentially be able to pull this off because there's only about 30% more remaining on that last Cypher, and all that's left to do is for somebody to go for the rescue, and they could potentially secure a tie.
Possible. But right now, because Sugar Daddy is way far off the map right here, they can only do so much. And the teleport's gonna happen here. We'll be spotting out Sugar Baby. But with that Magna, that was just beautiful stun. And the item usage of Sugar Baby. So, I'm not sure if it's the case. But on the other side of the spectrum, we do see the forward saving Sugar Daddy in the process. So we're back into 3 survivors here again, and Sugar Baby's doing a very, very nice job in kiting off Z right here, and the magnets are also well used. But because he doesn't have magnets right now, what do you think? And that's stun as well.
Well, that stun though, it looks like Sugar Baby is working purely on skill right here because he's able to contain. Well, there you have it. Sugar Baby is down, but we do know that Mercenary and Forward are actually safe at a far side of the map, and all that's left to do is to just get that last Cypher primed before doing a rescue for Sugar Baby right here. And it looks like Sugar Daddy will be the one to try to do the rescue, which is quite interesting because he's already at half health. But it just goes to show how effective. Oh wow! There's that
nice timing. Nice
timing.
Yes, and the diversion play. Looking, using his football to gain some distance. And he's gonna be stunned here. He's gonna take a hit, and the detention is gonna proc right here. And Forward maybe the sacrificial lamb, as we do see here the magnet once again by Prospector is just surreal right here, but he's going to be flame sniped right here. Let's see how this goes, because they are moving towards the other side of the gate, and Sugar Baby's buying some ample amount of time because the Forward can potentially bring himself up. But that beautiful knockdown again from Z. Wow, Z is just really calculated right here. It's like he's got it going, because he was able, that was really good. He was able to down the Forward with these peaceful roads. And that is actually a good chase. I still can't get it out of my head. And now he teleported towards the front gate, and now making his way here towards the back gate. He's just everywhere. Yes, he is everywhere, but take note that the other 2 are still near the east gate. So a potential, 2 or maybe 3 can be possible here. If they make it out into the gate alive and Daddy goes in towards the dungeon in time, maybe that could be for the play, but no! He was knocked down! And the dungeon is very near. It's going to be a tie here, Kahelle.
Wow, fantastic job on the part of both GS and EET. Wow, really, that match got me speechless, because that end game chase with Shinichi right there, that was just amazing. And also the decisions of Z to go to the front gate, to the back gate, chasing different survivors. That happened so fast. This is the kind of top tier gameplay that we really do live for. It's really impressive on both the part of the survivors and the hunter. Wow, I still have it in my head. That was amazing.
Amazing indeed. And they were just basically all around the place earlier, Kahelle, and you notice the quick transition from the garden to the north side of the gate and vice versa. I think Z at that point was just trying his best to secure as much survivors as much as possible, but because of the distance that the survivors are, that one is separated and the two are together, it kind of sandwiched per se Z here into finally deciding which target should he go for. And knowing that Sugar Daddy is already, you know, past half his countdown towards the rocket chair, it was a viable option to just choose him instead. Because, again, if ever Z were to place forward earlier the rocket chair when he was knocked out, Sugar Daddy can go for the save. The gate would have been open towards the garden, and they could have just, you know, ran around the map. That's hypothetically, but nonetheless, both of our teams did a really good job. For a second there, I was a bit nervous because the Cypher progress was a bit slow in terms of the early phases, but the way that they were able to delay time, you gotta hand it to the Prospector here. The magnets, Kahelle. The magnets.
That's right. That's actually the turning point of the whole match, that kite. Because, like I said, the three remaining survivors have this huge kiting potential that can actually make up for their slow decoding speed. And we really just did see that come into play with the kite of the Prospector at the red carpet. And now here is the match data. So here we have ET's Axe Boy by Z. 11 survivor hits, 5 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdowns. A fantastic job as well on the part of the survivors here, Xeaora.
Definitely. And for the side of GS, Windy was not able to touch the ciphers, and he was able to at least get 19 seconds containment time because he was caught pretty easily by Z and off to the basement party. Yeah, and Daddy here with 129% decoding progress, 89 seconds of containment. So he basically used those terrains at his maximum best here for Daddy. And of course for Sugar, 266% decoding progress plus 71 seconds containment time. Heavily efficient with those magnets that he pulled off, and it helped pave the way for that Cypher rush to happen. Shinichi with 127% decoding progress, and although it was 13 seconds containment time, the fact that he was able to go around the map and save Sugar in time before he went into the manor is one of his highlights back there.
That's right. And but let's not take away from Z here. Those flame snipes, his aim is amazing, especially when he was able to down the prisoner early in the game. He vaulted that window outside the church and was able to land that fireball hit just as he was able to vault. That was amazing. That was amazing to watch. And then we also have his flame snipes at the red carpet as he was being contained by the Prospector, which is actually how he was able to end that kite between the two of them. But still, these rescuers, like I said, like we keep on saying, this is the new meta now. Decoders are now the kiters, and rescuers are now the decoders. True enough. And it's actually really interesting to see how players would select this kind of lineup, because it just shows their creativity and how they plan to counter the picks of the hunters as per their research. And now here we are again at the Red Church, now with Moru as the hunter, also banning the mechanic and the seer. What do you think about this, Xeaora? Are we to expect I don't think we can expect a mirror match, because we haven't seen Moru. All right, okay. banning
denying
the,
the
yes?
pollen. Yeah, denying breaking wheel away from Moro is really nice. But in terms of mirror match, possible, because breaking wheel is banned. Moro may go for the sculptor, if not potentially Dream Witch. I'm guessing, but for the side of the survivors, okay, mercenary and prisoner is going to be locked away. I assume that Moro will be banning the forward here, could be. And if it were the case, Sky Zero and Raindrop could use Painter and Gravekeeper once again. What do you think?
I actually agree. And there we have it.
Oh, there you
hey, you're getting your predictions on point, Xeaora.
A game.
I'm proud of you.
Actually. Entomologist.
This is interesting. This is interesting because from what I know, Yorhan is the one who uses the entomologist. So to see him play as prisoner instead is actually quite interesting. And this is a good lineup in terms of decoding speed too, because they have no decoding debuffs, so they can definitely get in that cipher rush. That if Moru will at least be contained within 60 to 70, 80 seconds of the game, they really can secure that cipher rush. We also have Mercenary out here and alone without his partner in crime, the forward. Which let's see how he fares on his own. I do feel a bit lonely for him, but let's see. Especially because the painter here, we definitely cannot take away from the painter, especially because this map is full of walls. And the hunter could just find himself in the presence of a painting. It'll be hard to dodge that.
Yes, and Raindrop really utilized Edgar really, really well from the previous
in the last match.
Half, from the previous round. So I assume could be Dream Witch, maybe, if not.
Well, if Moru uses Dream Witch, wow.
Yeah, could be Sculptor, if not Bloody Queen. We have a lot of options here. Maybe your Feaster could arrive. Bon,
definitely.
But
might
be sticking to Galatea as well. Second attempt in potentially getting a sweep. To be fair, Moru is really, really good as a hunter in general. So I think he might have already an idea on how Ethereal is going to play this.
Well, we'll see, because we've seen Moru's Sculptor in the preliminaries, and he was able to do a good job so far. So, it's really interesting because this is a different lineup. This is a rescue and support-centered lineup. Very balanced, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's actually pretty nice, and with the help of the entomologist, it can really also help in stalling away Moru here, especially those swarms of bees, and as well as the honey, to help the survivors glide through the pallets even faster.
Yes.
It can bring a lot of possibilities here, but it depends if this entomologist is to be used effectively. Because the chances of Moru, still getting that map control that he wants is really, really there. It's viable. It's possible.
Yes, it is.
So, with that, what do you expect on this overall lineup?
Well, for me, how this plays out is really gonna depend on who Moru finds first. Because these two survivors, the entomologist and the painter, have huge kiting potential. And yet, we see the prisoner in the hands of Yorhan. Yorhan is such an efficient kiter. Really, I just can't wait to see how this is gonna play out, because I also don't know what to expect. But now here we are at the graveyard with Moru spotting
That's a
Chiari
bit early.
right off the bat. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is actually also a viable strategy to go for the rescuer first, because if you down the rescuer first, nobody else will be able to rescue at the best potential here. So this is actually very understandable. This is we've seen this time and again hunters avoiding the mercenary at first, but like I said, meta is changing. Then again, Xeaora is really doing a good job of containing Moru here, avoiding those statues and making use of the terrain. Wow! But there's that hit landed by Moru right there on Xeaora. I wonder if he's gonna chair him or switch to a different survivor.
I think he's gonna chair him. But
Yes,
then again,
chair him indeed.
I agree with you because the rescuers are pretty hindrance to work with against the hunter. You would also want to prioritize getting them as well. So I like the commitment that came from Moru here because he doesn't want the later hindrance. And here Moru spots at Sky Zero. Oh, the blink though, and the hit successfully for Moru here. Really good job.
Wow, this is just impressive gameplay coming from Moru there, being able to patrol the area, looking for survivors that may potentially rescue the mercenary. And it looks like the survivor, wow, Raindrop is now gonna go for the rescue. Wonder if he's brought Tide. Okay, no Tide Turner right there, so... Okay, Painter was able to rescue Xeaora there, but at what cost? Look at him. He is now down, and Mercenary just has... oh, wow! The bees! The bees are now in play! Xeaora, look at this!
Yes, indeed, and the chisel is to see Xeaora once again, but as you mentioned, Painter is also down. Xeaora will be knocked down without the steel will. At least Xeaora was able to buy some time so that the other ciphers are to be decoded. So right now, Xeaora is going to go back to the manor and already spotting out Raindrop once again in towards our garden area, and the successful knockdown. But there's a painting.
And look at this, Xeaora!
A painting right
Moru was
next
doing a bit of
to
a
his body.
moonwalk there.
Yes, definitely. But right now, I think I like the call wherein he does not pick up prisoner, Painter just yet, because he wants to secure these. He wants to incapacitate each and every one of Team Ethereal.
Especially because Sky Zero here is already at half health, so this is some really smart decision making on the part of Moru here. But it looks like he will be going back for the Painter, who has now been healed actually by Yorhan.
Oh, that is interesting because of that self-heal, Yorhan will be able to have, Raindrop rather, will have a self-healing for later. So Moru here has to really keep up the pace. But right now, our survivors are down to 2 ciphers remaining, and the other 2 are already above average.
So Moru looks like he's really calm, taking his time here and just defending the right ciphers, being at the right place at the right time, because all that's left to do for the survivors for now is to probably heal and while at the same time maybe start on a new cipher, which looks like what they've done already, because Moru was able to find that connection to another cipher, which is probably being touched already. But wow, a Sky Zero here just doing his very best. Oh, that was a blink, probably to close the gap in between. Wow! Look at Sky Zero here, doing such a good job. I was expecting a terror shock, but no, not with Sky Zero right here. He's doing such a good job containing Moru in this corner of the map, while actually one cipher just remains and one is almost, one is actually 75% done. They can still do this. They can still do this, Xeaora.
Definitely, but take note, one cipher remaining. The other one is at 94%. All they have to do is to basically save Entomologist, take a hit, and go for the pop. But
Yeah.
let's see.
And here it is. It's happening now. Okay, Entomologist is down, and there's that Cypher Xeaora. It looks like somebody will be opening the gate at the red carpet, of course, while Sky0 and Yorhan here will try to divert the attention of Moru just so the other can walk towards the gate. Run towards the gate. And it looks like it's still gonna be Sky0 because he's such an amazing kiter right here.
Yeah, and also Sky0 is very, well, you know, nearest to Moru. But because the cipher's already popped, I assume that the exit gate should be open by now. But that was a beautiful display of statues coming in from Moru. The dungeon is open! But no! Was able to take him in time before he was able to get down that dungeon. And that's a tie for GS and Ethereal on our second half.
Wow, I really was pretty nervous at that moment. It's either gonna be a defeat or a win, and it looks like Moru was able to secure that tie. Wow, I gotta catch my breath there. That was amazing. Imagine if Sky0 really was able to escape through that dungeon. That would have been such an epic win. Wow.
That was
Are you
very
speechless too?
interesting. I mean, a part of me, was already expecting that he would go out of the dungeon, but Moru really fought until the very end and forced it in a tie. So good job to him. And current scoreline is 11-6. So basically, the name of this game for the side of GS is to get at least 3 survivors, or better yet, a sweep coming in from the round number 3 first half, or vice versa. Ethereal just needs to secure or to keep this gap going if they want to, proceed.
That's right. And it looks like, wow, ETH is just on top of their game because they've been able to secure that round 1. They did well in round 2, and we can expect no less from them for round 3. But still, let's not stop believing in both teams here, because we do know that Moru is such an amazing hunter. We have Shinichi, we have Windy, such great kiters, and forward Sugar Daddy, Sugar Baby. These guys still have some fight left in them. And now here is the match data, Xeaora.
Definitely, let's start off with Moru here. Was not able to have remaining ciphers, but the 20 survivor hits really leaves an impact as well. 6 pallets destroyed and 7 knockdowns.
And it looks like Yorhan here was able to decode peacefully, as he was the one who was able to kite Moru the least and was able to secure that cipher rush despite Chiari being down early in the game. And look at the equally substantial cipher progress from Sky0 and Raindrop here. Sky0 being able to decode that much and still kite for 110 seconds. That is such a good number right there. That is amazing.
Yes, and of course as well for Raindrop here, 149% coding progress. Although it was 33 seconds of containment time, at least he was able to buy enough time for the others to go and decode. And it's also very a nice strategy for him to put the painting down first in front of his body. So at least it those gaps or lapses really is beneficial for the team, and it forced everything into a tie. I'm pretty excited, Kahelle, for our round number 3.
That's right. But before we get to round number 3 first, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. More Identity 5 action when we return.
here under this crust forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. Trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. Trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is IVC Southeast Asia 2021, and we are now at the third round of this match between ETH and GS. And with me tonight is Xeaora.
Hello,
Yes, hello there.
everyone. And again, Kahelle, the matches were intense. The
Yes.
matches were so close. And you know what? Like, as a personal say for me, you guys, both of our teams, you guys are doing a great job. Really fighting your way up to the very end. So really kudos to both GS and of course to Ethereal as well. And for this round number 3, this could be the deciding factor now, Kahelle, to
Yes.
whoever advances in towards the group stages, right? So this is already round 3. According to rules book dubbed by Rin, we are to have 4 survivor bands and 2 hunter bans, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's right. This is where it's gonna start to get creative. But first, here in the data, it says that LB has now subbed in for Z. And actually, we've seen LB in the preliminaries use Blood Queen so far, especially sporting that limited S-skin. Wow, so beautiful. This is actually exciting because I haven't seen LB use any other hunter aside from Bloody Queen, so it makes me curious to see who else he can use. So now we have our map, the Sacred Heart Hospital. Actually, one of my favorite maps, personally. What about you, Xeaora?
I do like Sacred Heart, but I also have a thing for Moonlit River Park. But then again, focusing on Sacred Heart Hospital, this is one of the maps wherein personally I have trouble kiting. You know, like actually in general, I can only do 5-second kites. So going back for Sacred Heart, yes. Let's not go on that, Kahelle. All right, okay. So going back in here, I think the possibility of choosing a Bloody Queen is already high as well. Sacred Heart Hospital, because it's elevated, it's not bigger than Moonlit River Park, but bigger than Arms Factory. So assuming this, Bloody Queen's mirrors really cover a huge amount of distance from our current location to another. And the fact that if ever she were to be kited, the mirror images are also, going to be a bit difficult for the survivor side, especially when the Bloody Queen's presence is already there. So I'm pretty excited how things are gonna pan out here, because with this sub, once again, by Ethereal, if I'm not mistaken, Z did a great job in his hunting phases, right? If you were to substitute it with another and also does a great job, then it's a whole new world, you know? It's a whole new stats, a whole new data to really record with. For the side of GS, its current scoreline is 11-6. What do you think, Kahelle, does GS need to do for them to really turn the tables around?
Well, they really need to answer back with at least one round, secure at least a sweep, and then maintain it, and really to secure either a 3-man kill or a 3-man escape, and then we'll see then. But we do know that this is round 3. More bans, more chances to get creative. So really, how this will play out, the win conditions, will they be achieved, will depend on their choices and how they will decide to achieve their objectives. I really do believe that Bloody Queen is a viable hunter in this map, Xeaora. I do agree with you, because her ability to ignore the obstacles before her, especially at that ruins, those ruins are supposed to be a really strong containment area for survivors, but the Bloody Queen, for her, it's nothing. It's just gonna be like a piece of cake, placing the mirror at the right spot and finding that survivor, especially because there are potentially 2 ciphers there in that area. Always a BQ will be able to spot a survivor there right off the bat. It's that area, actually, that concentrated area, the ruins and the shack, that is where the action is bound to happen first, early in the match. And now here we are, indeed, at the Sacred Heart Hospital, with waiting for LB's bans. Who do you think LB's bans will be? Priestess,
Could
of course,
be
definitely.
Priestess, Mechanic Seer. There you go.
Wow.
Haha. Okay.
Look
I'm
at
on
you.
a roll. I'm on a roll today. For the hunter side,
Well,
they
this
could
is actually understandable because I'm actually waiting to see if they will ban the Blood Queen.
They
Axe
are.
Boy and
They
Blood
respected.
Queen? Oh.
They respected LB's Blood Queen and Axe Boy because this is banned. Galaxy can be used.
That's right.
Maybe Feaster. I'm actually considering a Feaster here. You know, maybe a cheesy kind of play.
Just a suggestion.
You know, maybe they might hear us. But for survivors first, I assume it's gonna be Merc forward or Merc prisoner, because that's the best. You know, first two picks.
The second best.
In. Yeah.
Right.
Or Merc forward, Merc prisoner.
There's our dynamic duo.
Yes.
As expected.
They don't really want to let go of this, at least for the side of GS, because Shinichi's really, really good with this forward as well as Sugar Daddy. And to be banned out is Prisoner. I love it. I love the deny. That will come from
that.
LB
Yeah,
right
I love
here.
that too.
It forces GS to really get creative. So because they lack the Cypher Rush, I assume they might go for Entomologist. There. Entomologist could be Gravekeeper or Painter or Prospector.
Here you go again. Are we speaking too soon?
No. Wow. They're gonna lock that in because Sugar Baby did really well with the Prospector, and I'm pretty sure he can do it again here for this fight. How about you? What about the Hunter?
Well, wow. Okay, there it is. I was just about to say Sculptor, and there she is. Understandably so, because this is actually a strong lineup. Decoding debuff aside, I think all survivors in this lineup have such great kiting potential, and that is why I really think LB's got his work cut out for him. This is going to be an interesting match, especially because we're seeing that the Prospector is already becoming a frequent choice, as it seems. And we've also seen the potential of this Survivor and Sugar as well. We do know that Sugar is also a strong kiter. We've yet to see the full potential of a Prospector in the hands of Sugar. I'm really excited about this. Also, Windy on the Entomologist. We are in for a very interesting match right here, Xeaora.
Definitely. And if you notice from rounds 1, 2 up to now, Sculptor is the way. We only saw Axe Boy once to be used by Z, if I'm not mistaken. And wow, like, this is just amazing for both sides, and I'm really excited to see how LB is going to work this, because you mentioned LB usually uses Bloody Queen, so Sculptor and Bloody Queen have different skill sets in hindsight. So for LB to pull this off, I think he needs the timing to really be in his favor.
Well, we can expect that LB might, well, we've seen it before, we might see it again, might go for the rescuers first. Because take out one of these rescuers and you'll be left with one, and that is also that also has its advantages on the side of the Hunter here. But when you chase a rescuer, it's gonna be, like you said, a tedious job, and will give the rest of the team time to decode. And now here we are at the statue area. LB passing by the statue just now and finding the Prospector. I'm expecting an epic kite from Sugar Baby right here, because we know the kiting potential of a Prospector. Oh wow! Look at that use of Magnum right there. Was able to avoid the hit right there. And there's
actually
that
pretty
shot.
good. Yeah, by Sugar Baby right now. But you have to hand it to LB, really applying pressure as he plays these statues. That's going to be a hit now for Sugar Baby here. Although Sugar Baby will be transitioning towards Hospital, careful not to bring it to the Entomologist, because he can change target. But LB here did not go up and wait for Sugar Baby to go down, blink and hit. That's going to be a knockdown.
That's right. It looked like Sugar Baby dropped down there too soon because LB actually didn't even go for the stairs, which is some amazing foresight on his part because, all right, we have a pause deduction, but let's just discuss what we saw right there. That was a good kite and a good chase. How does that happen? It's actually amazing because the use of statues there was able to pressure the prospector into taking a hit right outside the hospital. And actually, we would expect that the prospector will be able to contain the sculptor inside the hospital for an extended amount of time because the hospital really is a strong area. But I was actually kind of surprised that he dropped down at the hole nearest to the sculptor, and that was how he was incapacitated early in the game. I kind of also noticed that the entomologist was already doing that motion where she is controlling the beast. It looked like she was ready to provide some support there, Xeaora.
See, the thing is, the reason why the prospector dropped down very early because he doesn't want to drive the sculptor into the entomologist's way so that basically he could focus on decoding. But the thing is, in hindsight, he also may not have expected that LB were to climb up. So that was his best case scenario here. And unfortunately, because of the patience that went in for LB, he went for the blink and then hit, which was basically good. But I'm pretty sure a save will be happening pretty soon enough coming in from the forward here because it's really early. You do not want to, repeat the similar scenario that happened in the previous round wherein they kind of sacrificed one very early, was not able to save it, and it went down south from there. So because the prospector is seated just outside the hospital, and I did see Shinichi, Sugar Daddy rather, in the area, there could be a moment of save. But because LB knows where Sugar Daddy is, look at this control that he's trying to inflict upon him. Oh!
Wow, that was an amazing tandem from the bees and the forward. That was a really good rescue on the part of Shinichi right there, getting in there, sneaking in there for the rescue while LB had his eyes on the mercenary. And now, wow, the bees are now into play.
And the stuns!
Wow, this is a big moment, Xeaora. Just look at this teamwork that we are witnessing from GS right here. And now it looks like Sugar Baby is well out of the sights of LB right here. And he will now have no choice but to still chase him. I actually thought he would go for Windy instead, but it looks like LB is focused right here, still knows where the prospector is, and now the chase continues for Sugar Baby here. What do you think is gonna happen next, Xeaora?
I'm pretty sure that sooner or later Baby rather is going to be seated in the rocket chair once again, and LB might transition into a different target. So there, as expected, he will be seated. I don't think that they will be going for a save at this point because with all of that kiting, Baby was able to have a 2-cipher kite, and the third one is almost done. So Chisel here will be spotting out 2 in towards this area here. Will try to inflict at least amount of chip damage, but right now we are seeing a change of this spell for LB here, and he will be securing down the prospector again. They don't want to risk saving it this time around because they just really want to focus more on the numbers at play here.
Wow, okay, with that cipher pop right there, 2 ciphers remaining, but have barely been touched, and now it's gonna be up to Shinichi to try to contain the sculptor. But it looks like LB will not be paying him no mind and will instead, wow, teleport towards Windy right here. It looks like Windy will be the one to do the containing for now. Well, this will have an impact on the speed of the Cypher progress, especially wow. Wow, LB is just landing these hits again and again. But Windy is still putting up a fight right here. Vaults through the window and will transition either inside the hospital again. Like I said, this is a strong area and you really want to be containing a hunter here. But LB really, wow. That patience and that timing, that was amazing.
Very amazing for LB at the moment. So off goes Windy towards the rocket chair. The Cyphers are more remaining, but the stun from Shinichi once again has happened, and the successful rescue is gonna shed light. Windy, however, still stuck in towards these statues, and LB is waiting for the right moment to strike. Oh, and speaking of strike, there you go. But still, Windy doing wonders.
Wow.
And unfortunately, Windy will be taken down or knocked down by LB.
Now all the survivors need to do is just buy time. Just buy enough time for that last Cypher. We do know that it's this. Oh wow. Okay, so this is just really smart on the part of LB here, sharing Windy, the entomologist, here at the statue area, because this is the last Cypher. This is the one that they were hoping to pop, and now that leaves the survivors with no other choice but to continue the Cypher at the shack, which actually has some decent progress. So now all Shinichi can do is, yes, pull off a rescue, but provide the best amount of... Oh! Wow! So much for that. That was, that could have gone... that could have gone in such a way that they would be able to secure a tie, but LB is just... He's just on top of it all. He didn't allow the rescue to happen from Shinichi right here.
Oh, and look at that.
Wow.
Sugar Daddy unfortunately was pinned down by the statues here. And look at that, another hit again into our shack area. And this is a third target. And with that, the hunter wins. LB again with the sweep for his team. That was... Wow, Kahelle. That was very, very...
That was amazing. We are at a loss for words right now with how a sculptor is able to down a forward, a prospector, a mercenary, and an entomologist. It just shows how the potential of the sculptor really is unmatched, especially in a map like Sacred Heart Hospital. Wow, he played flawlessly. LB, I thought the Bloody Queen, I thought we'd be seeing the Bloody Queen, but because she was banned, that gave LB the chance to take out his hidden ace, which is apparently the sculptor, and it looks like he is more proficient with that compared to a Bloody Queen. That was impressive play right there.
Yes, current scoreline is now 16-6 in favor of Ethereal here. I think from the moment wherein the entomologist was being chased towards the hospital, I think it was more efficient if the entomologist used the hospital more, because hospital is a very strong area to kite. If he didn't drop down as early as intended, maybe that could have been a different play, because then Shinichi and the gang could have focused on decoding slightly faster than usual, so that they can at least pressure out LB back there. But that is a whole different story if it were the case. Congratulations to LB from getting that sweep. But for GS, still kudos to you guys. You did, your very best as well. But we still do have round number 3. If A Yeah, we still have round number 3, second half, right here. But first, let's check in real quick the match data here, Kahelle, and starting it off with our hunter here. LB having 1 Cypher remaining. Survivor hits 24 pallets destroyed and 6 knockdowns.
That's right, and here we have the Survivor stats. Again, the Mercenary being the best decoder, as many people would say. And Shinichi doing his fair amount of decoding and providing support as well. And here we have the main kiter here, Sugar as the prospector, and Windy with 125% decoding progress and 62 seconds of on-point kiting. These are some really good numbers, but it really shows how LB was able to stay on top of it all, because 87 is that is a really good number. But it really comes down to the hunter's ability to manage all of this while it's happening in order to secure that 4-man kill. Actually, it turned around at that moment where she was able to down Shinichi before he was able to pull off a rescue for Windy. And not just that, it was really smart for LB to chair Windy at that statue area, because that Cypher was the hottest one at that moment, and it pushed Daddy to continue Windy Cypher at the shack. Really, these decisions are what decide who wins and who loses, and that was some top tier gameplay that I was surprised to see from LB right there.
Definitely. And again, these substitutes also really come into play, and literally a game changer for a Team Ethereal. But then again, we're still gonna proceed into our 3rd round, second half at Sacred Heart Hospital. So Moru will be banning out the similar bans that we had during the first half. Pretty sure Sculptor maybe, or I'm not suggesting Pollen in here. I don't think Pollen would be banned. What do you think?
Well, they could respect ban. Okay, so we have a Dream Witch, of course. Yes, very strong in this map. I'm also expecting the Sculptor to be banned.
Oh, Pollen still.
We spoke too soon, Xeaora. There we are.
Yeah.
Breaking Wheel banned in Sacred Heart, which is actually an understandable choice, because he is a very strong hunter, very dangerous nevertheless, even if there is a 2-story building right at the middle of the map. Also, it's interesting that Moru didn't ban the Seer, so I'm expecting Shiari or Yorhan to secure the Seer and the forward at
Seer
this point.
Forward could be the play. If not, Prisoner forward, I assume. Okay. Yeah, Prisoner, Seer, Prisoner forward. Those could be the play here. There you go.
There we go. And who knows who will be banned next? It might be the forward.
Could be
of course,
forward.
A menace in the map. This forward is just able to get those stuns in and provide ample support for whoever target the hunter is chasing after. But I'm actually expecting an entomologist from Yorhan right here. And who knows, we might even see Raindrops Painter again.
Most likely.
Well, it depends on who's going to be banned.
Could be forward. I feel like it's a forward. Are you
Actually, I would agree. It does make sense to ban the forward in just about any match. But it looks like Moru is taking his sweet time here. other survivors that could be banned would probably be, I don't know. We know that Raindrop is pretty skilled with that painter.
Maybe
okay, so looks like there's been a switch in the players here. It looks like Yorhan will be the one to use the prisoner. So I guess that leaves my entomologist prediction out of the table here.
Unless, of course, other people from Ethereal uses entomologist, but for the ban, I think it would be a forward. Higher chance that it could be a forward.
Yes, definitely, I agree.
For the pick, could be prospector, painter, could be painter.
We also have gravekeeper in the mix.
Yeah, painter, gravekeeper. I agree.
Well, it depends
for the
on
hunter's
who.
side. Oh, there you go.
we
See?
have
Forward.
it.
See?
Yes.
On
Xeaora.
point. Yes.
On point. Good job.
100% prediction so far. Actually,
Oh,
coordinator your
wow.
first officer? Wow.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen these rescuers. Okay, I actually almost forgot about them, but look, here they are now. We all know about the rescuing potential of a first officer with those watches and that 5-second tide turner that will be in effect once he is hit while the watch is activated. And of course, let's not forget, no less, the flare gun. That is such an effective tool to turn the tides. This is actually a really interesting lineup, especially because wow, okay, so we have the sculptor. Moru will be using the sculptor, and we do know Moru's prowess with the sculptor. We've seen him use her in previous matches. Let's see how.
Even earlier.
Yeah, let's see how he will fare.
To be fair, I can't blame you for not expecting the coordinator first officer because they're situationally used. Usually, from the pattern that they showed us from earlier, it's a prospector, gravekeeper, or someone different. But coordinator and first officer, so basically they have the perks of a cipher rush with the prisoners, seer for protection, coordinator for diversion play first officer as well. So I think the con here is that if prisoner were to be first to be taken out, slower decoding progress may come at play for Ethereal.
That's right, because this time I'm sure you really don't want to be chasing a first officer early in the game because apart from his rescue potential, he also has some containment potential that could really buy time for the survivors, because to be able to use both watches while kiting, that is a sure 60-second kite if he is able to pull that off correctly. On the bright side though, the coordinator doesn't have a decoding debuff, at least until someone is chaired. So she's actually a good rescuer to have in the lineup, because rescuer as she may be, her decoding is still good, at least at the start of the game. And this plays really well for the prisoner, because if he passes on his connection to the coordinator, that would make some decent decoding progress. And now here's Moru. Oh wow, spotting the first officer right off the bat. And this is that kite that I was telling you about, your raindrop trying to contain. And this is the full potential of the watch right here. It looks like Moru was baited to vault that window and has now lost the first officer.
I think it's more on Moru deciding to change target, because you mentioned, because first officers watch are very a hindrance you want to target someone who is gonna go on decoding. So this is a good choice for Moru targeting a Yorhan prisoner instead.
That's actually right. I'd have to agree with you on that. Regardless of whether or not the first officer was gonna bolt that window, Moru really would decide to change targets, which he has already done. And now here he is, continuing the chase with Yorhan. Wow! Wow, Xeaora, that was a blink and a terror shock. Amazing moves on the part of Moru here. But look at the ciphers. 4 ciphers remaining. 67% on that second one, almost done. And the fourth cipher already being touched. How do you think this is gonna progress, Xeaora?
Moru needs to really go to where they are at right now because he is in a very, a slightly farm distance. But at the moment, we do see here a raindrop to be spotted out by Moru. And again, the use of his watch is gonna divert the attention here. But Moru, I think, will change another target since he doesn't want to really deal with that. Not until later.
Yes, and it looks like Sky Zero here will be going for the rescue, at least at the last second, to buy some time. Do note, however, that there was no Tide Turner right there, and Yorhan is left with no Tide Turner, as I said. But look, he's still giving his best, trying to buy as much time, because now there are only 2 ciphers remaining, almost at half progress. This is actually a good job already on the part of Yorhan right here. Let's see if Moru is able to put pressure on the ciphers, especially because they're so far apart.
They are very far apart, and 2 ciphers down remaining here. Chisel's going to spot out the coordinator once again, and again, this is the I don't want to say negative. This is the problem. If prisoner is to be taken out immediately, the decoding progress is not going to be as fast as you expect it to be, and look at how far the members are currently from each other. So the potential of a rescue may come at a later phase, but right now Moru is going to target off Shiari. May try to bait out the flare gun potentially, but that statue is all that it takes to bring down Shiari and be seated in a rock chair.
That was such an amazing chase right there, because that is what happens if you try to contain a sculptor at an open area. And now Moru here doing exactly what LB did in the previous match, chairing Shiari at a hot cipher right here at the T-wall. Now it's going to be up to Raindrop again to do the rescuing. And this is actually going great for Moru here, because they're just getting started on that other cipher. They had to start another one because they have no choice. And let's see if Raindrop here can secure that rescue.
Okay, so let's see here. So Sky Zero is trying their best to really commit, but that's gonna be a knockdown here. Is it gonna be popped? It is going to be popped right now with the flare gun.
Wow.
Nice timing from Moru here. So let's see, but Moru has detention, take note. So best case scenario here, he doesn't have a teleport at the moment, I assume. But right now, Shiari is gonna go into the hospital. The other members may try to, go on separate ways and open the gate, because Mercenary, not Mercenary, Seer rather, is gonna go in towards the other gate to try to open it. First officer going to be injured by the statue here. May go into the very corner. That's gonna be a knockdown here. Maybe a potential tie would do the trick, unless the Chisel. Chisel not gonna catch Sky Zero just yet. Shiari is also near, but yeah, this is going to be a tie for both sides of the team.
A valiant effort from Moro right there to at least put a chisel on that exit gate. But look, we have here our winner for the first match, Xeaora. Congratulations to Ethereal. I really am impressed with how they were able to win this against GS, especially because GS, like I said, has been killing it since the start of the preliminaries. So to think that this is ETH's first time appearing in the group stage, I would say that they are really off to a good start. And now let's talk about that match we saw just now. That was really good. We've seen some good decisions on the part of the hunter here, leaving the first officer, going for the Yorhan instead in the ruins. That was a really good decision there.
It was. I mean, there were a lot of times where Moru had to change target here and there because that was the perk of the overall lineup of Ethereal. You know, they have a lot of utilities to use. They have a lot of skills to dish out, and it was a matter of timing as well, wherein it was convenient for Team Ethereal to go for those multiple rescues and, you know, just utilizing those terrains, whichever area or whichever route they plan to go to after being rescued or after being spotted out. So props to Moru for actually, it was a good call to say the least, because you don't want to invest yourself too much in a rescue where that will just give you a hefty time. That was good decision making, although because of that continuous change of target, it paved the way for the others to go and decode, and that's basically your agenda in here. And because of that, this is going to be the score line down below: 18 points for Ethereal and 8 points for GS. So congratulations to Ethereal, but still I'm pretty sure GS will, you know, bounce back from this.
Yes. I just gotta give mad props to their strategy there, because for them to place or rather to select ciphers to decode all over the map, like I said, they were so far apart, Moru having to go to and from every corner of the map gave them that advantage and that time that you said. So I totally agree with you on that. That was a really good strategy. But still, let's not take away from Moru's decisions right there.
Yes.
It's just that, you know, they were able to coordinate in such a way that they would still be able to pop that Lie Cipher. That was actually a very intense moment right there. Imagine the time that it took, and that flare gun hit. Wow, I was waiting for that flare gun hit, but I definitely was not expecting Shiari to do that there. Well, it is understandable, yes.
Yeah, to be fair, Shiari really waited for that flare gun at the right moment, because Shiari didn't want to spend it in thought that it's not going to be beneficial for the long run. So right now, let's have a quick look at the match data. Kahelle, why don't you start it with?
Okay, so for GS here, Moru, we have 17 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, and 5 knockdowns. And here on the survivor side, we have Yorhan, a 65-second kite with 22 decoding progress. Indeed, meta is changing, as I would always say, and leaving the rest of the survivors to make up for that decoding. Almost equals decoding progress on Sky Zero and Shiari here, and Braindrop still managing a three-digit percentage there. And let's appreciate just how viable it is to be using a first officer for kiting right here. 90 seconds, because he was able to use that watch and make good use of the terrains and also dodge those statues. Chiari was really amazing for me. It almost looks as if she planned the whole thing, being down at that moment, not using the flare gun. Like you said, she was waiting for the opportune moment, the chance to use that flare gun at the moment where it would count the most, and that was endgame, and that was amazing. That was really enjoying to watch.
Yep, and of course, this is going to be the match result for our first match right here, Kahelle. We do have Ethereal winning round number 1 with 7 points total and 2 points for GS. On the second round, it was a tie for both sides of the team. And finally, on round number 3, once again, Ethereal getting 7 points in total and 2 points finally for GS. Total score of 18 points. Ethereal has 2 wins, 1 tie. And unfortunately for GS, they do have 1 tie. Still, for GS though, you guys still did great despite the odds. And I'm pretty sure you're going to go back stronger as the days progress.
That's right, Xeaora. And again, I would like to reiterate how surprising it is. And there we have it with Z winning best deduction here. Look at these numbers. 3 ciphers remaining. That's amazing. 34 survivor hits, 1 terror shock, 13 knockdowns, and 6 eliminations. But I'm really looking at the remaining ciphers here, because for there to be a number there to begin with means that he's able to secure a win even without denying the survivors of that cipher progress. And so much for that, Xeaora. We will now be taking a small break here, and we will be back with more Identity 5 action when we return.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now. That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
ヘルという私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可。
This is me, Nana, and Kabindi. With Identity TV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the wind. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase
rock this town. Look to the players. Come on first, follow me. Break out in front to me. Ooh, I love you silly now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is sad. Don't you realize you on the ground? Only like the winner. Nothing out is sad. Ooh, I love you silly now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is sad. Don't you realize you on the ground? Only like the winner. Nothing out is sad.
It's undeniable that I'm a hero. Emily, get the limo. Leo Rex back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin, you so. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger.
Run away from hunters, that's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are honest in the darkest town. But I got you, and you got me. Teamwork is the key, identity V.
No more survivors, unless someone to bring me down. Yes, break out and rock this town. Look to the players. Come on first, follow me. Break out in front to me. Ooh, I love you silly now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is sad. Don't you realize you on the ground? Only like the winner. Nothing out is sad. Ooh, I love you silly now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is sad. Don't you realize you on the ground? Only like the winner. Nothing out is sad.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is IVC Southeast Asia 2021, and so much for our first match. We are now down to our second match for tonight, and that will be between ECT and GH. And I'm really excited about this, Xeaora.
Definitely, because wow, like
Are you still
even if
speechless from the last match?
Yeah,
That was
but
intense.
over and over again, both of our teams are very formidable, and you know, different types of tactics are gonna really dish out in play, especially in the group stages if you really want to secure your spot for the playoffs. So right now, I guess without further ado, let's get head on to the player versus, starting it off with the Hunters here. Sneaky Enzyme with the Bloody Queen, used 93 times, 89% win rate, 0.5 normal attack hit rate with 12.34 average normal attack hit. So you have to guarantee that it's success for the duration of Sneaky using this, and 0.43 average terror shocks in the process. Meanwhile, for God J, he was able to use his smiley face thrice, 67% win rate, so that's already above average, 0.7 normal attack rate, and 9 average normal attack hits. and 0.33 Terror Shock. So it's safe to assume that both of these hunters are used very efficiently with our respective players.
And speaking of, here are Skyfall and Jin with their preferred characters, namely the Mercenary and the Mechanic. Well, I'm curious to see who Jin is second pick, because we do know that the Mechanic will be banned. But looking at the stats here, a 45% win rate and a 144% average decoding progress. It looks like in the hands of Jin, a Mechanic can be a very efficient decoder who is really good at hiding from the sights of the hunter. Whereas here is Skyfall, a really high average rescue right here. It looks like he's very skilled when it comes to pulling off those rescues, especially from chip damage hunters. And look at this win rate, 64%, already a very good number right there. And here we have Lusky and Captain Kun. These are really strong kiters, but also prefer the Mechanic. We've seen Captain Kun use Seer. We've also seen them using a very rescuer and support centered lineup. But for them to have their Mechanic here, it means that should the Mechanic be able to make it in the matches, they really will be able to put in the work to secure that Cypher progress. Really good numbers here, Xeaora.
Definitely, and yeah, but I don't think that Mercenary again will be open for both sides of our team, considering that both of them use it, and by using it, they also use it pretty well. So right now, let's get into a different set of survivors up here. With the first officer, 45% win rate, 7% pallet hitting rate, 110 decoding progress, and 0.89 average rescue. So it's safe to assume that Up's first officer here is more on the kiting and more on the diversion play. Meanwhile, for little boy here using the Priestess, oh my, little boy is really amazing with this. 137 matches, 77% win rate.
Wow.
4% hitting pallet hitting hunter rate, and average decoding progress of 148, and an average rescue of 0.48 as well. So little boy here is versatile, can be decoder, can be rescuer, can be kiter. So little boy, we've seen this over and over again. If ever the Priestess is open, pretty sure it's going to be chosen by them.
Well, this is pretty interesting because Bang and from what I've seen, Bang used forward in previous matches, but look at his Mercenary stats here. 69 matches, 43% win rate, 8% pallet hitting rate, and an average, still be able to put in that decoding. Oh, and look at this rescue stat right here, 1.01. He is a skilled rescuer indeed, but I've also seen him use forward. So it's interesting how they will be building their lineup based on the bans. And here we have Hata, who is also skilled with forward actually, and batter. I think we've also seen him use Wildling in day 2 of the group stage, and this just shows how skilled Hata is in terms of harassing the hunter and providing support. So I'm actually very excited with this match, Xeaora, because these are two skilled teams. I'm really expecting an intense match between these two. And here we have Sneaky banning the forward right off the bat. And understandably so, Hata is such a menace as a forward. So let's see.
Captain Kun's Mechanic is gonna be open right now.
Yes, definitely. Of course, they would want to secure a spot for the Mechanic, but let's see. This is a large map after all. Yes, there it is.
they're
The
still
mechanic
gonna.
and the mercenary.
Yeah. Like the moment wherein you left the door open for a mechanic is
Yeah.
automatically being locked by our players. But it looks like they're gonna, not gonna make. They're gonna prove me wrong and just go for the seer instead. Assuming that Sneaky will ban out Priestess here to deny it against Little Boy. Could be. Or not mechanic. Actually, yeah,
There we have it.
So Little Boy gets Priestess. Hata may use. Hata may use. They need decoder, so Prisoner could be the play here. What do you think?
Well, we've based on the stats, we've seen Hata use. Oh well, there it is. I was gonna say batter, but it looks like they will be using a Gravekeeper and Prisoner too, and this is actually already the meta, given these bans. Oh, but it looks like Little Boy will be switching to Priestess, and we have seen this in the player versus. Little Boy is quite proficient with the Priestess. Now this is a support and rescue centered kind of lineup, which is kind of interesting because, like I said, Priestess in Ever Sleeping Town, these portals that she will be able to provide for herself and for her team is just amazing. And now here is Sneaky inside with his Sculptor. Let's see how this plays out, especially because it appears that the Priestess is not a threat to Sneaky right here. It looks like Sneaky is definitely confident with his choice of bans, because to see Priestess actually in this map, we know how she can be annoying for the Hunter. But what do you think, Xeaora?
Sculptor here can still cover a lot of map control, considering that she still has a chisel to work with. And again, Sculptor is like your 2-in-1 coffee, wherein you can camp, you can look into the other parts of the map, and at the same time apply a lot of pressure in terms of the statues as far as concerned. So with this is actually a pretty good choice for Sneaky. Usually if you're going in Ever Sleeping Town, you're expecting a Pollen, but Sculptor is also a good play here, because when you mentioned about confidence in facing Little Boy's Priestess, there could be. Why? Because all you have to do is deny those portals, shift your target basically, towards the Seer first, because Seer here, in my opinion, can be one of the vital targets for Sneaky, since you don't want those owls to be a hindrance for later. And Priestess could be the second target here. If not, maybe the Gravekeeper. But you know what? That's all on paper, Kahelle. We are going to find it out right now as we start into our game.
And now here we are with Sneaky scaling the map towards the old gate. And now he will find, indeed, as we... Oh, it looks like he will be switching targets, ignoring that Tinnitus in effect, and will instead switch to Hata over here, the Gravekeeper. But, wow, okay, Sneaky is just... It looks like he's gaining his bearings of the map and has basically an idea of where the survivors might be. And now Hata has used his first shovel in an effort to... Oh, wow! Totally ignored there. Sneaky just scene zoned him right there. And will instead go for Captain Kun. Xeaora. Wow, a lot of transitioning going on here.
The only thing I worry about is if he does not commit to a target anymore, the others can just, really work their way. But that's already an owl. Gonna be denied by a hit, and Sneaky will continue on trying to get a hold of Captain Kun here.
Oh, wow. There we are with the portals. This is the Priestess at full potential, knowing all those portal points really will help Captain Kun contain Sneaky Ensign here at the graveyard. But it looks like Captain Kun will be transitioning once more to a different area. Here are more portals to utilize. Wow, the Priestess Little Boy here just laying the groundwork for Captain Kun to be able to pull off a really amazing kite.
Oh!
And now he has used the tram and will be transitioning while Sneaky here will...
Oh, that was so close.
Oh, wow! Okay, Captain Kun. Xeaora, did
Nice
you see that?
prediction back there coming in from Sneaky as to still remain in towards the tram in hopes where Captain Kun would go down. And as anticipated, we do see that Captain Kun did go down, and that was an opportunity for Sneaky to go for the hit.
Exactly, because look at that. That happened so fast. And yet, Captain Kun still presents a valiant effort here, still containing Sneaky. Oh, wow! Was supposed to go for that portal, but was hit instead. Wow. Well, third time's the charm, it seems, because for him to be able to go through that portal, if I were on the shoes of Sneaky Ensign here, I'd be super annoyed. But still, that shows how much the skill of Little Boy to provide support is evident in the presence of those portals. Wow, that was just amazing. And take a look at the cipher progress, Xeaora. Are you seeing what I'm seeing here?
Yes, it's almost a 3 cipher kite for Captain Kun here. Did a pretty good job, and look at the rescue. Really on time as well. So Captain Kun once again will be on his toes. Gonna go for this. Go for the blink. That's gonna be a last effort to be triggered. But take note, the other ciphers are almost on their way to being decoded right now, Kahelle.
That's right, and all it's gonna take is for the Gravekeeper to pull off that rescue. I actually thought Sneaky would put Captain Kun in the basement, but because this is the last cipher, he wants to put that... Oh, wow! Captain Kun was able to struggle because Sneaky Ensign wanted to put him at that chair right there close to the cipher, and now the kite continues, which will place the survivors at a big advantage because that's 3 of them decoding that last cipher right there, Xeaora.
Definitely, and all it needs to do is for Captain Kun to be knocked down right here. Unfortunately, the last cipher is not yet popped, but I think a rescue would do the trick right here, and then wait for someone to be knocked down. So right now we do see Little Boy being poked right here with some chip damage. But in the process, once again, Captain Kun was rescued. The cipher is popped right now.
Yes, the ciphers were popped.
Right now we do see there is a detention. Oh no, there's no detention coming in. And the owl also on time. Captain Kun really buying a lot of time. And it's safe to say right now, Kahelle, that Captain Kun had a 5 cipher, containment here.
That's
and
right.
The other members, while Captain Kun is buying time here in the graveyard, is a 3-man escape potentially.
That's right, especially because Mercenary... So, it looks like at this point the Mercenary would want to go for the dungeon, which he finds. And there we go. A 3-man escape on the part of the survivors. Wow, amazing coordination on their part there. And an amazing kite from Captain Kun. Wow, that was a 5 cipher kite. Yes, you are correct. And those portals are just on point.
They're very handy.
You barely saw Little Boy on the screen. We barely saw him, and yet those portals just proves the amount of presence a priestess has in Ever Sleeping Town. That was great. That was perfect, actually, on the side of the survivors here.
That was chef's kiss, in my opinion, and the fact that Captain Kun knows where these portals are at, where it's placed, where it's going to be placed. If you notice that his whole kiting transition is, timed by that portal, and whenever he goes into a new area, it's an area wherein it isolates the sculptor away from the other members. So I feel like GH already talked this through, that okay, if either one of us are to be the kiter, put this portal here, put this utility here, and I'll do the rest. And apparently Captain Kun and the gang demonstrated that. You really have to give that kudos to Captain Kun for not just kiting it all away for the others to go and decode, but also, despite being knocked down multiple times, still really kited up to the very end, so that there is the secure 3-man escape. You really have to hand it to him. It really gave Sneaky a hard time.
And check out the match data, Xeaora. Look at Captain Kun's containment right here, 166 seconds. An amazing effort, leaving the survivors, Skyfall, Little Boy, and Hata to provide that decoding progress. It means that he kited that long, because these are not the best decoders in the meta, as we all know. And yet he was able to buy that much time, not leaving time for, not even giving the other teammates that job of containing ECT Sneaky Ensign right here. And look at Sneaky Ensign's stats as well, Xeaora.
14 survivor hits, 3 pals destroyed, and 5 knockdowns. To be fair, Sneaky wanted to really remove Captain Kun off the equation here, so that the owls are not going to be tedious to work with. But again, the kiting capabilities of Captain Kun is something that you have to reckon with, you have to consider it, because Captain Kun has been here for a long time. As far as I remember, like even the first time that I've casted Identity V in general, he's already there. And the fact that he is still doing wonders up to now is something, you have to commend about. But also the other teams, if it weren't for them, also be making haste in decoding those ciphers, and also for Little Boy with the portals, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't work out for Captain Kun. You have to give commend as well to Skyfall for rescuing Captain Kun to prolong the kiting time. For the Hunter, for Sneaky, you also have to give props to him, because at least at that point there was a timer and he wanted to go for a different target, but it just so happens that GH was one step ahead.
That's right. And now here is one of the crowd favorites, God J, banning the forward, understandably so, because we've seen Bang use forward. He's really good with it. I'm expecting a mechanic ban, but since they left it open, wow, are we to expect a mirror match? Because these are the exact two survivors that were selected first.
Could be, since...
Oh! Wait! We spoke too soon.
Yeah.
This time it's the other way around.
It could be a mirror match, but because mechanic is open, of course either of the teams would want to go and get it. So either way, it's still a viable choice if it were a seer or a mechanic. But in my opinion, though, I love the decision of Bang here choosing the seer instead, because mechanic is going to be shut down easily once the game starts, because the Hunter's objective here is to deny any cypher rush that will push through. So because seer is banned here, because seer is chosen rather, mechanic is to be banned, because they have yet to choose their decoder.
And of course, since Priestess is open, they would select the Priestess indeed. Because who knows, she might be able to provide the same amount of support. And here we have an interesting choice, the Entomologist. It looks like we won't be having any decoders in this lineup, which is quite interesting because all these survivors, save for the Seer, have really good kiting potential. Well, the Seer, yes, we do have that owl, but in the hands before a chip damage hunter, the Seer is relatively easy to exhaust in terms of resources. So, okay, so we've seen a sub here, and it's not going to be God J who is playing as the hunter, but Last Human right here. And this is actually interesting because I've yet to see Last Human for the whole of the tournament. So really, your guess is as good as mine. I am predicting a breaking wheel. Yes, there we have it.
Well, if it's not breaking wheel, that's the only time the other hunters are gonna come into play, because Pollen is OP, or basically amazing, or doing wonders into this map, because the map is already big, considering that there are a lot of pallets, there are a lot of things that you have to consider, and you need mobility. You also need a kit wherein you can apply chip damage to further trigger it on, and Pollen just fits the puzzle, you know? So I wouldn't be surprised if Last Human is to choose this at this moment, because your target here for the side of GH is to basically secure a lot of points. And if Last Human were to use this, you know, it's I think it helps in paving the way to getting that set points.
That's right. And in addition to that, we've mentioned in the previous match that the Priestess is not a threat to a Sculptor. And here we will see if that still reigns true, because we do know that Breaking Wheel in wheel form is still able to go through those portals, and therefore, you know, those portals won't be a problem, especially if he is with that mobility and immunity to the stun when passing through the portals in wheel form. That's gonna be a huge advantage, and we're seeing here why the Priestess is well, it looks like our hunters aren't scared of the Priestess and will instead ban it forward. And I'm also curious as to how the Entomologist will be making decisions in the match here, how she will be able to utilize the bees, and when she will decide to provide support, because it's a huge map. It's a huge map. It's going to take a lot of coordination for them to be able to pinpoint where to situate those bees. What do you think, Xeaora?
I think that there will be 2 survivors to distract Last Human. Why?
Right.
Because the swarm of bees, after it's been procced, after it's been used, what's next for Entomologist? The thing is, if that were the case, Last Human is just basically going to target Entomologist, because after those bees, it will take some amount of time before she uses them again. So that'll be a potential target for Last Human. But if there were to be another survivor to be in aid with the said Entomologist, then that could be a different story. But considering that this overall lineup is not that fast, excuse me, in terms of decoding, they really need to stall big time Last Human for this if they want the tides to be, you know, consistently be in their favor.
That's right. And let's not forget that the Mercenary is the most efficient rescuer in the game, always in the lineup with or without a forward, I would expect that Up would be decoding immediately at the middle of the map. But really, it's all gonna be up to Last Human, especially because the meta is just saying to us that the mercenary as a first kite is a thing. So we can expect that also. I think whoever Last Human finds first, being a breaking wheel, being able to down them in the right amount within the right amount of time will be quite feasible. And it's all gonna be up to their kiting skills when it comes to a breaking wheel. So now here we are, finally starting the match. And here we have Last Human.
Already spotting out sub into the early phase of the game, but you know what? Change of plans for Last Human here as he changes target to Jin instead, wanting to remove this priest to signal the portals don't give you stun. So because these portals don't give you stun, it'll be much effective for Last Human to target off Jin in the process. But look at that. Second stack of spikes here. If we were to trigger that, that's gonna be injury for Jin.
Wow, that was such a good chase on the part of Last Human here, pressuring Jin to use this terrain. Oh, but it looks like she will be receiving support from the bees and the seer at the same time. Wow. The coordination on this team is just amazing, and now that pushes Last Human to switch back to wheel form just to be able to chase Jin right here. Already some good decoding progress on the ciphers here. Jin is actually doing a really good job. Oh, wow!
As you say it, Last Human denies that fact, goes for the blink and the hit. That was beautiful, and because the priest is already seated, off to the next target.
Yes, especially because we do know that the breaking wheel does not camp. It's not part... Camping is not in the vocabulary of a breaking wheel right here, and that is why he is now able... That is why he will now be placing pressure on the mercenary, but it looks like Lusky was able to rescue Jin, but it looks like it won't be that much of a problem to the Last Human right here, because that mobility, the breaking wheels mobility is just, it's just amazing. And even these portals, with these portal placements, wow, he's still able to land those spikes. And this is some really good chasing on the part of Last Human, and there is that burst that I've been waiting for. Xeaora, it's Jin's back on the chair.
Last Human really wanting to create a statement in here, Kahelle, as he goes once more. Priestess being seated in the rocket chair, targeting Sabido. He doesn't want this rescuer to be in it for a longer time. But then again, Lusky with the second attempt right here. And that was actually a quick response. But the tram, okay, that was close. But then again, the burst once more from Last Human to use on Priestess, and this is this, and we have to say goodbye to Priestess. We'll go back to the manor here, and I think Last Human may go for sub once again.
That's right, because he's the one who has the spike right there. He could just invest on that, but it looks like Tinnitus is in effect. Last Human capitalizing on this, seeing who he's going to find. It looks like he's really taking his time here, especially because that cipher right there is already has already been touched. So now it looks like Last Human will be switching targets, and as you said, Xeaora, here is Sup. And wow, okay, was able to land that spike before Oh, okay, that was a nice pallet stun from Sup right there, but Last Human uses his blink and secures that hit, that full hit on the mercenary.
Look at the dominance that Last Human is just inflicting against the members of ECT at the moment. Because of the Steel Will, Sup can still buy some time for the others to go and decode, but then again, it'll only go so far. So right now, Donut this time is trying to save his friend here, but look at that. Already changing his target here. Spots out Sup, I think, in the process, and like Last Human does not idle. He really wants to target them all and find them and potentially inflict spikes upon them as well.
That's right, because he wants to pressure those ciphers. You cannot allow these remaining survivors to decode, and there's that burst yet again. Oh wow. Donut will now be chaired. Sup has self-healed, and Lusky is left to decode the remaining ciphers. Really, Last Human here going to and fro, just patrolling the area and making sure that nobody will be able to rescue, especially because our mercenary here is at half health. I wonder if the entomologist will be going for that rescue. There it is! There it is! The least they could be able to manage if a miracle should happen is a dungeon escape.
Yep, but again, Sup being chased continuously in here, it's by Last Human is just amazing. And you have to give it to ECT though, they were able to reach it all up till 2 ciphers remaining, but because of this constant presence that Last Human is giving upon Team ECT, it's very challenging to deal with, especially with his pollen at the moment.
That's right, and a full presence pollen, unstoppable. And there we have that, wow!
Oh my!
That was an epic blink right there. I was not expecting that to happen. That was really skillfully done. And now all Last Human has to do is down the mercenary, down Sup right here to secure that 4-man kill that the team really needs to get ahead in terms of points. And it looks like this is just a game of chase for now. Wow, amazing job. Lusky has healed on the other hand and has utilized the bees to gain some distance between her position. But Last Human is still on top of it. I mean, utilizing that mobility. I mean, even if he has lost Lusky, he just moves so fast in the map. It's not hard for him to spot the survivors. And here he finds them. Wow.
A sweep.
A sweep.
Ooh.
I am at a loss for words at Last Human right here. This is the first time I've seen him, and yet it's like he's that hidden ace that they were hiding up until now. That's Last Human on the breaking wheel, ladies and gentlemen. A 4-man kill. Amazing job.
Like, I couldn't believe my eyes. Like, I am legit tearing up. But while I was watching the matches, like, I couldn't really give myself some time to blink because the way that Last Human just move at a steady but mobile pace here, taking down the members of ECT one by one. Can you imagine that? That was really overpowering for Last Human. But you have to hand it as well to ECT. They tried their very best to try and disperse themselves all throughout the map and decode. Unfortunately, the presence really of Last Human was inevitable for them, and lo and behold, a sweep for GH.
That's right, and this places them at quite the advantage over ECT right here, and really that use of Breaking Wheel against the Priestess was just it's as good as it gets. You see, like we said, there is no stun whenever a wheel form Poland passes through the portal. It's like there's nothing stopping him, nothing in his way. And because he was able to spot the Priestess, she was not able to lay those portals in support of her other teammates. And now here is the match data, and just look at Last Human. Survivor hits 43, 2 ciphers remaining, 8 pallets destroyed and 9 knockdowns. But take a look at these Survivor hits. All those hits landed and still 2 ciphers remaining. And what about these survivors here? Let's not forget that it was still a valiant effort, because these are really good numbers right here, Xeaora.
Yes, with Sup here with 126%, decoding progress 121 seconds of containment time, Vang 173% decoding progress and 68 seconds of containment time. Jin with 99 seconds containment was not able to touch a cipher, but still 99 seconds is already big as it is. 157% for Lusky and 85 seconds containment time. So it's safe to assume that despite them being separated all across the map, Last Human was still able to catch up with them.
That's right, and it's all thanks to the mobility of the Breaking Wheel. I therefore conclude, Xeaora, that the Breaking Wheel is arguably the best hunter to use in Ever Sleeping Town. Would you agree?
I agree entirely, because Poland just complements with the map itself. But that was really a very nice performance for GH. But never give up, ECT. I know you guys can still do it, but we will be having more Identity 5 action when we come back here at the IVCC 2021.
Take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than you and me. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Influence through our investigation. Difference nowadays a direction. Who is the real means like that? In this game, first break through the chains. Some lost memories, untold the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains. The words collide. We got the endless night.
Welcome back, detectives. This is IVC Southeast Asia 2021, and we are now at round 2 of the second match for tonight between GH and ECT. And with me tonight is Xeaora. Hello. How are you?
Kahelle. I am fine, thank you. Well, for this round number 2, from the previous match is basically a speechless moment for me because, well, I'm speechless.
Really?
The play style speaks for itself, and I'm pretty sure you guys are also amazed by what happened earlier. And for round number 2, best case scenario for ECT, of course, is to have a sweep. For both of the halves if you want to force to game number 3, because in round number 1 GH was able to secure that point. So in terms of picking and banning, it'll depend basically on the map again.
That's right. This is the second round, and we can finally expect a ban on the side of the survivors. So we've seen who the hunters have selected. We know who they're really good at using, so they might get respected, given that these hunters are just really phenomenal.
Very.
But really, I'm just excited because it looks like GH is off to a good start. ECT will have to answer back, as you said, with a sweep for both halves, should they want to push for a third round. But let's not give up here. I really do believe that ECT still has a fighting chance because we still have Sneaky. Sneaky could still unleash his Blood Queen. We also have Zed from ECT who could also sub in, and he is also good at using Sculptor. We also know for a fact that Sneaky can use Dream Witch. So these are all very strong hunters, very good choices depending on the map. At least we already have Ever Sleeping Town out of the way. We can either have Arms Factory or Red Church as usual. I'm really surprised just to observe that we haven't seen much of Leo's memory. Oh, here's that sub I was talking to you about. Zed is now subbed in for Sneaky and Sign here.
Yes, and again, subs can be a game changer for the team, and I think it was a call for ECT to try and sub and create sub changes into the play, but I assume it because of Zed's hunter hunter picks. It's safe to assume that the map may be a bit smaller or compact. Oh, but no, you know what? Gonna be denied because it's gonna be Moonlit River Park right here. So Survivor band, I assume, it's gonna be forward priestess or forward mech. Oh, there you go.
It means that Zed here is not afraid of the priestess unless he is able to ban it at the opportune moment. And it looks like the survivors do not want to deal with a breaking wheel, especially not in this map. Breaking wheel can be potentially very strong in this map because of his mobility and his the fact that he doesn't need to camp. So now we have the priestess. Of course, they will secure that, and the mercenary. It looks like they are the new dynamic duo for tonight's matches.
I
I'm
think it's
guessing
more on
the prisoner.
I think it's more on the comfort pick for GH, because Little Boy's priestess and Skyfall's Merc is gonna do play. Seer is gonna be denied away, I'm pretty sure, by Captain Kuno. There you go. And Captain Kun may choose someone in the lines of could be prisoner, gatekeeper. If not, I assume it could be, yeah, it could be gravekeeper. If not, prospector is also.
Well, they have used entomologist in previous matches, so we'll see. But it's a large map. They do need to get this decoding thing going. So I'm guessing a prisoner. If not,
prisoner, painter, prisoner, embalmer.
Embalmer! Look at you, Xeaora! There's your embalmer.
Prediction is here. Well, to be fair, yes, they do need that decoder, but at the same time, embalmer's kit is really can be put into good use, especially with the rebirth that he has in his coffin, that that can really buy a lot of time and can really catch the hunter off guard. And to add that to the gravekeeper, it's also pretty good. But we've seen Hata really efficient with the gravekeeper as well. If the forward were not to be banned, I think Hata would have secured the forward for him as well. So for Zed here, a lot of options. You have Bloody Queen, you have Sculptor, you have Wu Chang, let's say. What else? Dream Witch could be, but I don't think Dream Witch is effective here. Well, Dream Witch is situational. There you go, Bloody Queen. Well, Kahelle, we have reached our quota in terms of predicting. We got this.
Well, the Bloody Queen, yes, is a very viable choice in this map, especially because as far as those mirrors can take her, she can just teleport basically from one point to another, be it a far side of the map or not. Oh, a switch? Are we expecting
my
a
heart.
sculptor?
My heart. Don't give me. Aw. All right. But Sculptor is still part of our predictions, regardless. But
yes,
if I were to, well, I mean, I am interested in a Bloody Queen. Okay, Dream Witch.
Wait a minute.
Dream Witch is also in our option, so we're still good with our predictions so far. I do
It looks
think
like Zed wants to prove us wrong by saying that Dream Witch is not as effective in Moonlit. Looks like he's got a point to make. Will he lock the Dream Witch? Because if he does, we are in for an interesting match. And I'm really curious to see what kind of Dream Witch Zed is, because there are a lot of play styles with Dream Witch. I noticed you can be really quick with multitasking, and yet you can also play calmly and efficiently just as much. So wow, and Zed is just keeping us at the edge of our seats here. What is it gonna be, Zed?
Yeah, I don't want to conclude until it's locked in, but If it were me, it would either be Bloody Queen or Sculptor. But yeah, as you mentioned, he might prove us wrong here in choosing Dream Witch. But I think there will be some amount of time wherein Dream Witch won't be as effective. Because first you have to identify where the hunters are, right? And considering that this is a big of a map, our survivors can go for a diversion place here. So anything, it depends. Yeah, if it were to be Sculptor, however, at least you get that control, especially when you're kiting someone. You can get that chip damage as intended. Bloody Queen, you mentioned, with those portals you can get from one point to another, and mobility is basically what you need into this map. So what do you think, Kahelle?
Well, it really depends if Zed will lock in here, but regardless of who he selects, I think the ones he has shown us so far are all very viable choices in Moonlit, especially because of the map control for Sculptor, and the Dream Witch does have that potential as well, just like the Blood Queen. I suppose Zed is just thinking of the optimal choice as to how he will deal with these survivors, especially because we have an Embalmer. You need that chisel to be able to sniff him out if in case he decides to do the rebirth on his coffin. And we also have the Priestess. I mean, what if she successfully establishes a global portal? You're gonna need a hunter with superior map control to be able to counter that. And then we also have the Mercenary with those elbow pads. He is able also just as much to go to and from points in the... What is happening right now, Xeaora? What am I seeing right here?
To be fair, Naiad is open, so
That's
Zed has the liberty to do so. And in terms of mobility plus chip damage, you can safely say that Naiad also complements with that. All he has to do is just, wet the survivors, especially if they came across the puddles that this Naiad brings. A lot of choices here. I'm also, at this point, I'm also not gonna be surprised if Zed were to choose Bonbon as well.
That's right.
Or Lucino or anyone. But if this were to be a Naiad, I'd be so happy because I like Naiad. Naiad's very cute. She's very beautiful. But
also Xeaora, this is gonna be the first time ever that we will see Naiad in competitive Identity 5.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lock in the choices yet as long as he does it as well, because I'm pretty sure he's taking some amount of time to think about this,
That's right. However, if it is going to be Naiad, this is going to be really interesting because I want to see how she will be able to counter the... I am really confused right now, Xeaora. I don't know what to expect at this point. I don't know, Zed, are you playing with us? Well, I'm actually enjoying the guessing game here. But to discuss the potential of a violinist in this map, I would...
Hey! Joseph! Oh!
Oh my goodness!
I'm sorry.
It's your Joseph! Oh my goodness!
I'm sorry! Wait, give me this time to fangirl, cause my ship is on sale. My Joseph and my Aesop in the game of IVC, and to start it all off, Zed here with the photo image of Gravekeeper taking it in the photo world. I love it. I have awoken from my slumber, and I am looking forward for this game because this is the first time ever that I have seen Joseph in the entirety of the tournaments that I have casted. So my tears of joy right now, Kahelle. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You've had your photographer moment. I've had my feaster moment. We're really happy to witness this match. The Gravekeeper is now down because he has been shared in the camera world, but it looks like Zed knows exactly where he is. And that's amazing to be able to pull this off as a Joseph. Just shows the amount of foresight that you have. And this is amazing because we do know the potential of a Joseph to counter the Cypher Rush, and also there are no decoders in the team, so this is already at the advantage of Zed right here. Xeaora, I can smell your excitement from all the way here.
Yes, but going into the game, like they do lack the decoders as intended, but Skyfall with the elbow pads is gonna go for the save here with Hata, but take note, the photo world is still there. So right now, Hata is gonna go for the height potentials, but still go back into the photo world to at least inflict some amount of damage away, so that when he goes back into the real world, basically, Hata is gonna be knocked down. So right now, teleport right here, and I'm pretty sure Captain What? Oh, this is interesting. This is a very interesting feat at the moment. So I like it how Zed just utilizes the photo world to inflict damage or inflict some inflict damage against them, so that he won't have a hard time in terms of knocking them down. So, okay, I am a happy girl, you know. Going back into this game, so Hata and the others were able to create a distance in the get-go. So Embalmer here has his coffin aided on him. Zed spots out Little Boy, and Little Boy basically has to stall here so that the others can go and decode.
That's right. Little Boy is actually the optimum survivor to find at this point, especially because these survivors need to be able to do some healing up and some decoding. Oh wow!
Oh, he also rode with him.
Was able to ride there with Little Boy, even towards the third station. So much for deactivating the stopper on that. But it looks like Little Boy, we know the kiting potential of Little Boy here. He will do his very best to buy time. But now the camera world is active. There is no escaping Zed. This is one angry Joseph right here, Xeaora.
Indeed, and looking at this right now, Zed going to spot out Skyfall. Skyfall's forced to use the elbow pads at the moment. Goes back to the photo world and basically places the image of Little Boy into a rocket chair, so that the real one is basically gonna be incapacitated. So again, we'll be taking another hit here. But in terms of the decoding progress for the survivors, they only managed to get one so far, which is understandable because Zed here is all over the map.
That's right, and as per his skill on the camera world, it really does counter the Cypher Rush, reducing it to half progress, no matter how much decoding there has been. And now Zed here is chasing Hata. Yes, I do believe that is Hata. But I do believe also that Hata will be utilizing these dropped pallets to at least establish some distance between himself and Zed. But Zed here is just switching targets, putting pressure on the ciphers, especially because he knows that he really needs to stay on top of this. This is what Joseph is good for. This is what he is known best for, countering the Cypher Rush. And now, although everybody is transitioning, it looks like not much decoding is being made. So they are being pressured to heal and to rescue mirror images all over. This, I do believe that little boy has been rescued from the camera world chair quite a number of times already. But look, it looks like the cipher progress has finally picked up, especially because 2 ciphers are almost done by little boy, and they are already getting started on the final 2. Skyfall is also in the area, really not a viable. Wow. Okay, so all survivors, if hit, will be down because of the damage. And this is amazing. Okay.
Okay. This is now the advantage of basically, you know, getting those chip damage from the photo image. Because of that, the decoding progress is delayed as witnessed, and you did see that Zed doesn't have to directly chase them. He just basically needs to find that photo image and then eventually go to the real body once it's knocked down. But with all of that fiasco, however, GH was able to get you know, the ciphers done with 2 ciphers remaining on their arsenal. So I assume that little boy may not be saved anymore at this time, unless of course Hata calls for it. But until then, Zed here may be staying just nearby and, you know, just going to secure this this take.
Exactly. Look, it looks like he's just activating Tinnitus unless he wants to go for that cipher pop. Cipher has been popped. So I get what the plan was, but it looks like Hata was too far to actually rescue little boy right there. But still, will do his very best to contain Zed right here. Okay, Zed is chasing targets, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like he wants to find the Embalmer, Captain Kun, and the Mercenary as well, who are already probably at the other side of the gate, decoding already. And teleports! Wow!
Oh! Teleports.
Amazing!
And then knocks down Captain Kun. Captain Kun may choose to rebirth, but the coffin is just near the gate. So right now, Zed is going to try and catch the other survivors here. But with that being said, still prioritizing Captain Kun in the process, despite the gate, you know, Naya open instead. So this may be off the tie. But to be fair, Joseph doesn't have the tension. But yeah, I think a tie would work here, to say the least, for GH.
Exactly, especially because both Skyfall and Hata are just about exiting through the gate right now. But still, that was such a good decision on the part of Zed right there. I'm really amazed to see how he was able to teleport and still pull off that terror shock in the nick of time in the camera world, if you recall. And now we have a tie between the 2 teams for the first half of round 2. So Xeaora, I'm sure you have a lot to say about this match.
I just want to say that Joseph looks so fine in that preview, but then again, Zed was able to force a tie, which is actually pretty good, because like going back into to what he did earlier, basically he just targeted the photo images or the photo bodies or whatever you wish to call it during this time. Notice how he did not exactly target the real or actual bodies, because he knows that it's going to be a disadvantage for him. So instead of that, he just took his time and get those chip damages done and waited for someone to actually force the rescue so that he can go for the strike. And it worked well for him apparently, and forced it and got 2 people in the process. So yeah, that was good plays with Zed. For Captain Kun, My does wonders with the embalmer, I gotta say. And very nice skin, by the way. But you have to give props as well to GH, because even though that they were at a disadvantage at that point, because of the strategy that Zed was doing, it forces a delay in terms of the decoding progress, right? Because you mentioned they were forced to heal, they were forced to be together and heal each other before proceeding. But you have to give it to them because they were able to at least pop that cipher out up until the very end and open the gates into the other side of the map.
That's right. And they were basically transitioning almost for most of the match, and it does have its advantages because then Zed would be forced to switch targets. And whenever a hunter switches in between targets, that leaves space for the remaining survivors that are at a safe distance to continue decoding. And that is why they were able to counter Joseph's skill when it comes to preventing or denying that cipher rush. So now here is the match's data for the photographer. Here we have 14 survivor hits, 5 pallets destroyed, and 8 knockdowns. And for the survivors, Xeaora, wow, look at Captain Kun.
I'm just happy that the ones that I shipped are, did pretty well in here. So, little boy with 195% decoding progress, 77 seconds containment time, 157% for Skyfall, 41 seconds containment time. Captain Kun with almost 3 ciphers decoded with 269% of decoding progress, was not able to meet Joseph at the very first to the middle phases of the game, but was captured in the end with 29 seconds containment time. For Hata, I gotta give it to him though, because even though he only had like 48% of decoding progress, he compensated it really well with the containment time of 87 seconds. So again, this is where your point is being taken at Kahelle, because look at the heals. Skyfall had 3, Hata had 2. So it was basically good deny of Cypher Rush coming in from Zed back there. And it was beautiful.
Right.
It was beautiful. I will
I
will
see that
forever
you're really pleased.
Yes, I will forever record this matchup specifically. Yes. Yes. Yes.
So much for that. Look at the smile on your face.
I'm just happy.
Xeaora, ladies and gentlemen.
Moving forward, yes. I don't want to be too much of a yes. Like
ECT still needs to do their very best to catch up with the points, because as it is, they really do need to secure a number of sweeps to push for that final round. In terms of predictions, well, really, it again, since we have Moonlit, I was just having flashbacks of that hunter guessing game we had back there before arriving at Joseph. That was
basically we said what we had to say in terms of the hunter's pick, right?
Yeah.
Because I knew you were enjoying that fact, and I was this close to actually considering Naya to be locked in. Then suddenly,
yeah, me too.
Joseph Papa comes along, and you know what? We have to see for this time around, because Last Human is going to be the hunter. So for the survivor band, Priestess and Seer, pretty sure they may be confident in facing off a mechanic, and could be mechanic forward, but will we ban the pollen still? They want to respect that. And in terms of
deserving
hunter,
of respect, indeed.
Yes. In terms of hunter, I may think that it is Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen or Sculptor, maybe? What do you think?
Well, actually, your guesses are as good as mine, especially because we've noted just about any hunter that could perform in this map. And here we have, back in the fray, the dynamic duo, the forward and the mercenary in the mix. And this is by Sup and Bang. So, of course, I would expect these two survivors to be their picks, but that gives the last human the opportunity to ban their potential decoder, which is no other than the mechanic or the prisoner, especially because this is a huge map. But I do believe that last human would still choose to ban the mechanic here in Moonlit River Park. We also have Lusky here. I'm actually guessing that Lusky will be choosing. Oh, interesting choice.
They wanna deny the rescue kite potentials of this overall lineup. So if that were to be the case, mechanic could be there or prisoner could be there for them. But for ECT, they may choose maybe prisoner or entomologist.
Yeah, Lusky.
Yeah, for Lusky.
Entomologist.
Wait, my mind is still, back.
Well, they definitely need to secure a decoder in the lineup.
Could be
especially
prisoner,
because these are some very slow decoders right here, especially the forward. And
because it's only two things. One, they secure a decoder, and then another support type of survivor. Or number two, okay, go with let's say if it's not going to be prisoner, you may go for a comp that has a slow on decode, but the kiter has to be very, that kiter has to contain a lot. But looks like ECT is gonna go for a double decoder setup in here, which is viable because with last human's mobility, you want to opt yourself with let's say if one decoder is targeted, at least the other one can compensate for it. So I guess this is also a good call for ECT.
That's right. And I'm seeing two dynamic duos here. This puts a smile on my face because we have a double rescue, double decoder. We haven't seen this in a while. So it's always a pleasure to see this usual lineup and to finally see again the mechanic finally able to show her stuff in a match, basically. So okay, given this current lineup, I would expect a Bloody Queen, actually. You're
Bloody
right.
Queen.
A Bloody Queen, if not a Sculptor.
Yeah, Bloody Queen, Sculptor. I'm also considering Wu Chang. Wu Chang, baby, where you at? But
yes, Wu Chang.
Yeah, it's a highly possibility that could be a Bloody Queen for last human. Sculptor is in play. Wu Chang also. Dream Witch?
Yeah, you're a Dream Witch. Okay.
Wow.
Still viable in my opinion. Really need that map control to be able to sniff out not just the survivors but also the mechanics robot. So for the last human to use Dream Witch, it means that locked in. Really an interesting choice, and we're in for an interesting match as well. Like I said, last human will need to exercise that map control and will have to keep his eyes on everything that's happening, especially with two decoders, or actually three, considering the presence of the doll. Dreamrich really has to be careful with where he puts his followers. You want to put them at the right survivors. You also want to put that pressure on them by leeching as much as possible, because leeching really does disrupt the decoding. You'll be bothered by your follower as a survivor. You'll be bothered because you can see it. You can see it approaching you. Now you have to make a run for it, or at least try to find someone who has the capacity to remove the curse that has been placed on you by the Dream Witch. So I think this is going to be a fair match. We can see some useful stuns from the forward, and of course a viable rescue plan from the mercenary, especially because a Dream Witch would usually place 2 followers near a shared survivor, and only the mercenary will be able to successfully rescue, albeit at the cost of his own health. But Xeaora, what do you think about this match?
Sometimes I'm not fond of Dream Witch in Moonlit River Park, simply because the map is big, and yeah, information gathering is very vital here, to say the least, so that you know the timing where you spawn in your puppet or your follower. At the same time though, the perks of having a Dream Witch here is you can have that double hit strategy, wherein you can corner out the kiting survivor, take 1 puppet from behind and 1 from the front. So there's a lot of possibilities for Last Human here. I'm just pretty excited how he's going to use it, because a Dream Witch, okay, I would personally prefer someone with more coverage of the map, but we did see Dream Witch also thrive in bigger maps such as, Ever Sleeping Town and this. So I don't want to neglect her out just yet. And knowing that Last Human from the previous round made a sweep is, you have to account that. So I guess the plan for the survivors here per se is to keep one of the decoders hidden so that it can do its job. The other one may go at a position wherein the Dream Witch may see it, so that it would be preoccupied in that said survivor. The other 2 would basically use their utilities for save and sub for the stun, possibly. For the side of a Dream Witch this time, I think the A game here is to, because if you deny 1 decoder, 1 rescuer, it's going to be difficult for this overall lineup.
That's right. And to add up to that, when you said finding targets, I think the best, for the survivor's side, that is, the best survivor to find in this scenario would be the mechanic, provided that she has deployed her doll and has run away from it as far as she can. And we're gonna see if that's gonna happen with the Last Human here starting off at the tent and finding her first survivor. We do know that the Dream Witch is relatively fast when it comes to mobility. So tinnitus is being triggered. We don't know. It looks like that was the. It looks like that was the robot.
Yes, it was, and wow, it's like this is getting pretty interesting, because Last Human has to take note that he can't neglect the 2 cipher rushers or the decoders, because it's not going to be beneficial for him in later parts of the game. So there you go. Follower is to see the mechanic, as you mentioned, because mechanic is one of the priority targets of every hunter. So right now, just waiting for the follower to follow Lusky in here.
That's right. So far, the survivors are just getting started with the ciphers, and like I said, this is actually the ideal scenario where you would find the mechanic first, and this is because if you find the prisoner first and you're left with the mechanic, that'll have an impact on the decoding speed. So this seems to be a part of the plan. I do believe this is part of the plan.
Yes. Although Last Human took quite some time before actually chasing the mechanic, I think he was trying to identify the pattern to where this would go. And look at that, just like that, a knockdown for Lusky in the slightly early stages of the game.
Yes, and now one cipher has been popped. One is also about to be finished. The Dream Witch will now have to try to at least put a leech on the other survivors just to be able to secure that double hit. We have the mechanics leech and the main body to guard. And let's see, there's that strategy I was talking about. But it looks like Sup was able to pull off a good rescue there, denying that body block. But still, I do believe that this is the ideal scenario because the prisoner is safe and he is able to decode from afar. We know that the doll is still up and running, and this is really good progress on the side of the survivors in terms of the decoding progress. So the Last Human I observed is actually a calm Dream Witch.
Yes, he's not that aggressive.
Yes.
I think what he wants here, that's why he's taking his time, is to gather the members of ECT. So right now we do see that the mercenary is on his way. That's gonna be one hit. We'll be able to save Donut, but I mean, yeah. But then again, this is just too good.
Hit. Okay, we've got 3 ciphers remaining, but already really good progress on those ciphers. So it looks like the mechanic was still able to finish a cipher using that doll, and so her sacrifice is actually not in vain. They can still turn this around. They can still secure a draw, if not a win. Because look, the last cipher is already just about done. And the cipher has already been popped. Now everybody has to make for the gate, and it's just gonna be up to the last human on who he's going to chase, because really the logical strategy here is to spread out, try to open both gates, leave somebody at the center, so that if somebody gets shared and the last human will relocate to an exit gate, somebody can come back for the rescue. But the dungeon is Xeaora.
This is the I guess you can say a lacklusting moment for a Dream Witch, you know? It's basically, again, the map control. We did see, although it was a tie, it was a pretty good job for both sides of the team. Although that was the case, let's try to mash things up a bit because of that. So you noticed it took quite some time for the Dream Witch, for Last Human, to find its target, right? And if he did, he also had an amount of time to leech the mechanic. And if you noticed, he basically focused the mechanic because you don't want that cipher rush, right? But with all the fiasco happening and with all that searching time, the prisoner was already on its way to the 3rd cipher. So basically, the cipher rush is still pushing through, or still running through. So Skyfall basically was just, you know, a nuisance back there, so that it would stray a bit away from the mechanic to be the priority target. Skyfall was just there to be a nuisance at that point. So right now, if it were a different hunter, it could be a different case. But then again, Last Human did also a splendid job with the Dream Witch here. I guess it's just my own cup of tea, and it's just my own opinion basically that there are more or there are different hunters that could have worked in here. But still, good job to Last Human for tying it out. But I think this could secure us a round 3.
Yes, definitely. And like I keep on saying, I live for the round 3s because this is where we see the lineup start to diversify with those bands. So although Moonlit is out of the picture, I kind of hoping to get Lakeside. I don't know about you, Xeaora, but I kind of like the big maps. It just becomes all the more entertaining for me because it becomes a challenge to both the hunters and the survivors. But we'll see, because they do have the chance to ban that map. And now we have the match data with the Last Human, 7 survivor hits, 2 pallets destroyed, 4 knockdowns, and 0 ciphers remaining, which means that the survivors did such a good job in popping all of those ciphers. I mean, look at their stats here.
Yes, starting it off with Sup with 143% decoding progress, 59 seconds containment time. Vang with 123% and 30 seconds containment time. Lusky, 34% decoding progress, but was able to stall for 31. And Jin and the Last Human did not meet up today. And Jin had a whopping 205,000 decoding progress. So it just goes to show that you really need that mobility to get your intended targets. But this is a tie. We are going to secure a 3rd round right here. And when going back into your map pick, Lakeside Village is interesting, but I don't think they will be choosing that because they want to choose a map that is for their convenience. So I assume it could be for Arms Factory or Sacred Heart or Red Church.
We shall see, but given these choices here, I do believe that both teams now have to really step it up with their picks and bans and their strategies as well. And we will see those strategies after this short break. When we return, more Identity 5 action coming your way, everyone. Be for victory.
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。
哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它。表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries. and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Welcome back. We are here at the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021. It is now day 4 of the group stage. We've been here since 7 o'clock, I believe, and it is now down to the third and final round between the match of GH and ECT, and it has been intense so far, everyone. Xeaora, how are you feeling?
I'm still Cloud9 by earlier, but of course, guys, for more updates towards our IVC, do type in discord.gg/Identity5, and of course, as expected, we are gonna go into Arms Factor. Unfortunately, Kahelle, we won't be seeing a lakeside village because ECT banned that said map. And with that being said, in terms of picks, not even gonna be surprised anymore at this point. The Dream Witch now I believe, yes. You know, now I know that that Dream Witch could be very viable into that map, but I'm still considering Bloody Queen in that map because we have 2 Hunter bans and 3 Survivor bans, so Holland
you know what,
is gonna be banned and Sculptor.
For this map, it's actually viable to use Joseph once more. He does have that potential. He does have the potential for that 4K in a small map.
Yes. Yeah,
right.
Although I agree with you on that, I don't want false hope, okay? That one earlier was unexpected, and I would like to thank Zed for that. But I think both of our teams are still going to focus on the meta hunters that are viable, because I'm pretty sure both Sculptor and Holland will be banned right here. So it's a pick between Bloody Queen, Dream Witch, also could be Anne if they want, or Wu Chang as well. What do you think?
We also have Guard 26. Let's not forget about
Bonbon. Yeah.
And actually, Breaking Wheel is also quite.
I think
strong
Breaking Wheel is gonna
map,
be
regardless
banned.
of. Yeah, me too.
I think it's still gonna be banned regardless, but you know, that's still on paper, Kahelle. We are going to find that out now as we proceed to our game. Round number 3, first half. Mechanic Seer, Mercenary, or forward.
Forward.
Yeah, Mercenary or forward. Come on, give it to me. Last human, give it to me. There you go.
Aha, there we
There
are.
you go. So for the hunter ban, Pollen, Sculptor, but I'm pretty sure Sculptor is gonna be banned regardless. What else?
Actually, I do agree with you. The Sculptor could be banned because her map control in Arms Factory is just overwhelming. So we have 2 chances to ban a hunter. I'm sure one of them is already gonna be yes, the best hunters to ban in this map, the Dream Witch and the Sculptor, no less. Really excellent choice, I would say, on the part of the survivors here. They're really getting smart with this. They have to secure those wins. This is the final round after all.
They don't. Yeah, but we were highlighting Pollen earlier, but I think it's an unspoken thing that they're not gonna use Pollen here since it's quite compact, and despite that, there are more viable hunters to choose from. So in terms of survivors, prisoner, mercenary, I assume.
Gatekeeper.
Oh, Batter. Batter, hello.
For the first time, I'm seeing the Batter here tonight. This
I'm
will
not
be
gonna lock it
exciting.
in. They might change. Come on.
Well, if they if Sup really does use Batter, it'll be an interesting play, especially because of the support that he will be able to provide using those stuns rather.
Yes.
But we don't know. These players have been confusing us.
Oh, there you go. It's locked in now.
Okay.
So
It has been
Batter
locked in.
it is. They could ban out the prisoner. Okay, there you go.
Oh.
So they won't have that much of a decoder, but Explorer is still open. The big Explorer, Priestess, or Explorer Prospector, or something in between the lines of supporting a survivor.
That's right. We could see a Gravekeeper. Well, this does make it a hello again to the Painter and the Explorer. All right, this completes a really good lineup. I do believe they have that potential to do the Cypher Rush, especially because the Explorer is the fastest decoder actually in the game. So what about our Hunter? What is your prediction here?
Bloody Queen or
Actually, me
Wu
too.
Chang or because I'm not expecting a Pollen here, so higher chance of a Bloody Queen or Bon could be.
I'm also not
But-
expecting a Pollen. It's just that I've seen Pollens in Arms Factory. I've seen them do well. So for the last human to actually pull this off, I'm not gonna be surprised if it's gonna be, well, not too late to pick the Feaster.
actually, Feaster is also good in this map since it's quite compact, and the Calamari. See,
there.
the
There is our
Calamari can
Bloody
also
Queen.
do wonders. But yeah, we're both correct in terms of predictions at this point. Bloody Queen, Bloody Queen basically complements this map. It's small. It's a small map, and the mirror covers a lot of distance already. So it's no question as to last human would pick this out.
That's right. But we do have the Explorer here, who is almost invisible to the mirror image when in Lilliputian mode. So I'm really excited. Wait, Xeaora.
Please no. Oh, my heart. But if you do, yes, last human, yes. But okay, going back. Yes, you mentioned Joseph is pretty viable as well in Arms Factory because it's smaller, right? It's a smaller type of map, and it's easier for the Joseph. But there, we also considered a Bon, right? So, you know what? I'll
Also
just
part of our
wait.
predictions.
Yeah, I'll just wait for the hunter to choose, cause there you go.
There we
They're
have
finally
it.
locking it out. Bon here for last human.
This is actually an interesting choice because we do know that we have a batter here who can provide support and harass the hunter at the same time. It could mess up his placement of the bombs, but we've seen the full potential of a guard 26. He really is also quite the beast in any map, basically. So what more if you put him in such a tight map such as Arms Factory right here? So the plan of action for the Bonbon here is ideally to find, of course, the Explorer first. That way, he won't be able to dig up those passwords because those passwords are really what give that surprise pop, as I would call it, in the end game. So he really needs to sniff out the Explorer first. But we know that the ability of the Explorer to conceal himself, especially in this map, can be such a menace to the Hunter. Especially because he also has vision of the direction towards which the Hunter is. So he can also coordinate that with his teammates. And then Lusky, I haven't seen Lusky use Painter.
Yeah,
but him using Entomologist, you know, it's along the lines of a support character, so we can expect no less with his prowess in using those paintings at the right moment.
And yeah, that basically sums up the game plan for both sides in here, Kahelle, and just pretty excited that that it's going to start real soon, because this could basically dictate if GHR to win this one, or can ECT still make a go for it.
Well, I do believe that in tournaments it's always anyone's game and anything can happen. But no matter what the outcome is, we'd really like to just give some mad shoutouts to these players, the amount of time and effort they've dedicated to train and practice and simulate as many scenarios as possible in their study of the game. You just gotta give respect to that and to the hunters as well.
Yes, and I don't know, I'm just excuse me. I'm just pretty excited how things are gonna, play in here, because considering that Arms Factory is it's a small map, you only have like limited terrains and limited areas to work with. So if you manage to pass that one out, it's going to be a bit tricky to go back when you're trying to kite away Last Human. And Last Human, knowing really the timing of such things, I won't be surprised if he was able to placely time the bombs, as you mentioned, within here, because in this lineup you want to prioritize as an explorer, but if you were to see Painter first, that could also be the thing. So
yeah,
in here, it's hard to say, but if Bon was able to spot out Explorer and Painter first, then that could be one of his games. But let's see if he does, because he may be on his way to Jin right now.
Wow, this is if Last Human finds Jin, this is gonna be such an advantageous. Wow. Okay, so it looks like he hasn't found the Explorer just yet. He is making use of these the terrain and these plants, these weeds to just conceal himself, and was able to do it successfully. But look, Tinnitus is still active, and the Last Human knows for a fact that he could be here somewhere hiding. And this is actually time bought as well. Look at these ciphers, already one at 50% before Last Human decides to transition to a new survivor. That was really good, Xeaora.
Yes, and yeah, with that time taken, I think Last Human needs to make haste right here, but he is still targeting Batter this time around. He might just spotted out the timing as well of that pallet is enough for Last Human to take that hit. So Batter is on his way to the terrains, but take note that Lusky is there decoding as well, so he has to change ciphers this time around.
That's right, but that cipher is already about to be popped, though. I do believe it can be completed just in time before Sup is down. But looks like he's doing such a good job in containing the Last Human here in these ruins, because wow, okay, that was a blink. A nicely timed blink on the part of Last Human. A splendid job on the part of the Hunter here. And capturing Sup. Which is actually advantageous also, being that he is one of the rescuers and the one who provides that harassment.
Oh. Alright. I just wanna give time to appreciate this Monokuma skin.
The skin and
nice.
the chair.
But yeah, and the chair. But going back, I think Last Human needs to find Jin.
Wow.
Because if not, the passwords may go and behold for the clutch. But that's gonna be a potential rescue. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, but
oh my gosh.
That. Full presence
Amazing
this time
chair
for Last
defense on the
Human.
side of Last
Tries
Human.
to go for the bat, and the last effort is going to be procced right now in here. He just has to go to the farthest place possible, and we do see that the Explorer has been digging password pages by 80%, so at any time he could, you know, complete a cipher in his chosen timing. But right now we do see Batter to be seated in the rocket chair for the second time. We'll be placing bombs in here, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
I do believe Jin might try to go for a sneaky rescue, if not to just trigger Tinnitus, just to keep Last Human in this area, at least to be able to give the mercenary time to heal, which he has already done, and for Lusky to be able to decode. And look, just like that, it's just like magic. One cipher remaining. All they have to do is get that cipher going, have somebody contain the Last Human, just in time for that cipher to be popped. Just one cipher remaining.
Yeah, and Jin already has 40% on his password page, so at any time he can, you know, easily half a cipher, even though that they decide to change allocation to a said cipher. But right now, Lusky is the one getting the chip damage, tries to paint it, but will be taking a hit.
That's right, and we can also expect him to lay down his first painting, just to be able to buy time for the rest of the for the explorer and the mercenary to get this cipher going. But it looks like the Last Human will be switching targets for now. He doesn't want to deal with that painter, especially not with those paintings that can be really annoying on the part of the hunter here. It looks like he'll be committing to Donut, the mercenary, and he has only one more elbow pad left. He can contain the hunter as in this area right here. Wow, that was a nice juke on Donut right there, and we can expect him to.
Yeah, Donut was just using the terrains right there and the trees as well to try and create a play. And as you mentioned, it was done pretty well. So, chip damages is here. With the help of Steel Will, it's going to delay some amount of time. But the ciphers are already popped in. But Donut is still going to be incapacitated regardless. I assume that he has detention. Oh, actually, he doesn't? He doesn't have detention?
It is normal for high tier Monokuma guard 26.
Monokuma for bonbons to not get detention.
To not
right?
bring detention,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, because we can also depend on the
this.
bomb.
Oh my
but
goodness!
The painting,
Oh my
trash.
goodness!
Is it gonna be a 3-man escape? Is it? Is
Are
it
they
really?
gonna? Oh my goodness!
No. Okay.
Wow.
Whoa.
That was such a good escape right there on the part of the survivor, Xeaora. Oh, the placement of that painting that was placed there at the right time, at the right place, and that just gave the survivors the chance for a 3-man escape. And so beneficial that delayed damage, that steel will, that was what allowed the mercenary to be able to make it to the gate, especially because, like I said, Bonbon does not usually bring detention. Wow, I'm at a loss for words right here.
Yeah, like...
And here we see the scores, and it's 3-1.
If ever ECT gets a sweep on the second half, we're going on an extra round.
Yes,
but
it appears
if
so.
GH gets out at least one survivor, GH wins. That's
right.
the winning condition that I'm seeing right now. Because I'll go with Matt. 8 plus 5 is 13. Excuse me. 8 plus 5 is 13. There you go.
You're doing the math, ladies and
yeah,
gentlemen.
I'm a math wizard right now, you know. So they need the sweep. But in terms of ECT's Hunter, right? Hunter. It's quite the pressure to have that sweep. So I'm pretty interested how this is gonna see. Like with all the intensity, my voice already cracked up right now. But before anything else, let's look at the match data right now, Kahelle. So we start off with ECT here having 140%, 14% decoding progress, and 94 seconds containment time. 55% decoding progress to sup, and 54 seconds containment time. For Lusky, he did really a wondrous job of getting the decoding progress up to 213%. That's almost 3, and 39 seconds containment time. For Jin, 161% and 14 seconds. So they didn't really met too much, but this password pages of his really was beneficial. How about for the Hunter?
Okay, we have Last Human here with 16 survivor hits, 1 pallet destroyed, and 4 knockdowns. I actually thought that everything was to his advantage at the beginning, but we do know the capacity of an explorer when left safe roaming the map. It could be, you know, the tables could turn just like that. So this is some really good decoding on the part of Lusky, but it was actually Jin here who was able to pull off that cipher pop that I almost didn't notice, by the way. That gave time for Bang to contain the Last Human before making for the gate. And that was that escape, really, that's still in my head. I still haven't gotten over that. That was such a good one. Because although the Last Human was able to land a bomb, a spot-on bomb to incapacitate the mercenary, he was still able to crawl. Because I do believe that it is in a mercenary's best interests to carry Sticker in his persona build. And that's why I believe he was able to crawl out in time, because of that. He must have maxed that out to be able to crawl. And that's really smart on the part of the survivors.
I mean, yeah, I mean, also at that point, we saw that they were already in the gate. So even though that Last Human wasn't stunned by the painting, I feel like he could still get out regardless, because they were already in the gate anyway. So this is going to be the third round, second half this time.
This is it. This is it,
This
Xeaora.
is really, is it. And
this is do or die.
Yeah, I do apologize if I look tired or whatever. It's just that my voice cracked, and yeah, I'm just, you know, getting all the energy that I can right now. Okay, so
you're doing fine, and you sound amazing.
Thank you. Even though my voice cracked, but Survivor Band, Seer, Mechanic, and Mercenary. It's the usual play. So
Yeah,
the
the
best
usual
case
suspects.
scenarios here. Yes, usual suspects indeed. So for GH, pretty sure Priestess of Little Boy can still be viable here, or Forward, from Skyfall could be. For the Hunter band first. Hunter band first could be Dreamwitch Sculptor. Sorry.
Yes,
Dreamwitch-
I would agree.
Yeah.
They are the most dangerous hunters in this map.
Yes.
It's a tight map.
Yeah.
The amount of map control, they need to get that out of the way and at least secure a more containable hunter.
I like it how I say containable. I like the accent, but yeah, you're actually right. They need to complement their lineup, their composition that best suits this map, right? So, because it's similar to the previous ones that we've had, and I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a Forward in it. Priestess.
Actually, I agree. Yes.
Priestess still for Little Boy, unless he decides on a different thing. Prisoner as well as an option and Explorer. On and why?
Wow.
No. I don't think so. I don't think so. You do not want to have the Sculptor and or Dreamwitch open. But no, he was actually serious. He banned out the Joseph baby and the mommy, and right now, if that were the case, it's either Sculptor or Dreamwitch or Bloody Queen for Zed.
Well, based on
Unless
the
he
data,
has-
Zed has used Sculptor, so he might use just that in this map.
So
And now here is the proxy
Forward.
for the Merc, which is the Gravekeeper. Now the new partner of the Forward. They want to be able to harass the Hunter as much as possible because they also know that Zed can use Sculptor.
Yeah. Well, actually, now that I think about it, GH actually did a pretty great job in banning out the Joseph and the On. They respected the Joseph baby from earlier, so I like it. I like that respect coming in, and I think On, because I think they may have done some research on Zed, and maybe Zed may have used On from some time, and for Zed's final ban could be Explorer Prisoner. Depending
It's
on
definitely gonna be a decoder. That's just
on Tomologist. On
Alright.
Tomologist. Alright. Okay. Doesn't want any of those bees
Yes, those
to
bees.
give him nuisance. So
I mean, you're already dealing with a Forward. Of course, you don't want to mess
Yeah.
with these.
but it leaves a lot of open options now for GH, don't you think?
Well, I'm guessing Prisoner. Prisoner has to be in it.
Prisoner
they do need to have that
Priestess?
decoding in there.
Prisoner
Probably.
Priestess or Explorer could be in the lines of that.
That's actually a good lineup if you think about it, Xeaora, because again, we're
Yeah.
dealing with double decoder, double rescuer comp. So they could at least secure a tie with that. I mean, that's what we've seen in the previous matches. It could turn out to be the same, but of course, ECT needs to step it up.
Yeah, and I understand the the slight time needed to be thought out for GH, because technically they still need that one survivor, one or more, to excuse me, to basically, you know, go out alive. But yeah, we've already shared our sentiments. Could be Explorer, because I like Explorer. Personally, I like Explorer here because compact maps tend to have like having the password pages more a bit nearer to each other. So
right.
it kind of gives you a slight easier time to find them, right? So
that's right. And apart from that, again, we've said it time and again, Explorer is really good at concealing himself. And the amount of time bought just by hiding and triggering tinnitus, we've seen this in the previous match. That was a lot of time bought, actually. Because, you know, the hunter will try to look at the nooks and crannies just to see if there's a hiding explorer there.
Yeah.
That is still, I would consider that as containment, actually. So it really would be a smart decision. Dancer, hey, Captain Kun, if you happen to have Animal Tamer, hi. Hey, what are you saying, Xeaora?
I said hi. Yeah, hi. There you go.
Locked in, wow.
Yeah. But here we are, prisoner as well. This is actually an interesting composition. I like it how versatile Captain Kun is here. And we already know how Captain Kun is very good at kiting. Not saying that they aren't good, I'm just saying that there was a highlight during the Ever Sleeping Town map, right?
Oh!
Hey! No. I do not believe.
Right?
I do not believe.
Me neither.
I do not believe. I do not believe.
Impossible.
I do. Yes, it's
not
you're
possible,
gonna.
Xeaora.
Yeah, I do not believe. Although to be fair, during preliminaries we did see a gamekeeper, but I do not believe this one.
Oh my gosh, I'm at the edge of my seat. Is this
I
really
don't
happening?
I don't wanna say something about it because I don't feel like it's gonna be it. See, Zed with the guessing mind games again. You know, so I don't wanna lock it in just yet. We're going to have let's have this, you know, treaty, you know, the statement or agreement, Kahelle, and let's wait for them to lock in so that we can have a brief explanation of what they're gonna do.
Okay,
yeah.
Here we are.
There you go.
With
That's
Sculptor.
the better play. There you go, Zed. So we've explained it already earlier, Kahelle, that Sculptor is really good here because we already witnessed how the map control is at, especially with the statues when placed right?
That's right.
And as well as the chisels, they can provide a vision for certain type of area wherein she too can also give chip damages. And I'm pretty excited how Zed is going to pan this out. But do you think, Kahelle, that the female dancer that will come from Captain Kun would change things?
Actually, I do. We've seen in the previous matches the kiting potential and the capabilities of Captain Kun is just amazing. So also to be able to lay down those boxes to contain the hunter will really prove the dancer's worth in competitive Identity 5. Also, if you don't chase her early in the game, she will just use her boxes, her fast boxes, the red ones, to decode. And that gives an advantage to the survivors because we also have a prisoner in the mix. He could easily pass on the transmission either to her or to the others. But if he does pass to her, it'll be super fast because of that box.
Yes.
So the ideal scenario here is, of course, to find the prisoner. Okay, Zed has to find the prisoner. That this we already know. He's the decoder. He's the one who manages the ciphers, and specifically on the skill set of the prisoner, he has that vision of which ciphers need the most progress. So yes, you definitely do not want to leave a prisoner safely roaming in the map. Then again, we have the forward here and the Gravekeeper with huge kiting capabilities. And the ability to harass. They are both able to buy time. So
Yeah.
Yes. What do you think?
This lineup, I think I can consider this lineup one of the meta as well, because technically female dancer is used situationally, and in times like these, I think Team GH wanted to opt for something that can be pretty viable in terms of their mobility. They want something that can increase their movement speed at least for the kiting, so that they can avoid the statues a lot faster. To me, at least. And like GH sticking their stones to the meta is also a good choice, because again, they're meta for a reason, and this forward basically could be one of the key to deny any potential knockdown that may come from Zed, or knockdown. But for Zed, however, I like it how he chose Sculptor, because take note that for previous games that he had a sweep, you know. So despite the pressure that is on for Zed right here, I believe that he can do it. It's just it will amount a huge amount of effort coming from him though, and timing, in my opinion.
That's right.
Because if he managed to time his statues and his hits, and he was able to do that flawlessly, he could go for the sweep rather. For GH, their winning conditions basically here is to have at least one survivor escape. So, but of course they don't want to be in that lax kind of formation. So I'm pretty sure that they'll be opting for that 4-man escape still. So apart from the points that you've mentioned earlier, I feel that if let's say Little Boy was to be spotted out very early, pretty sure either the forward or the Gravekeeper would do something about it. Like they will try to body block him if ever needed. But let's get on to the game right now. Kahelle, any first impressions about this?
Okay, so Zed spawning, going towards the factory, seeing the Gravekeeper, but ignoring him for now, just shows that he is committed to finding at least the dancer or the prisoner, and it looks like he will be finding the prisoner indeed, because here he is at the factory. But we do know about Little Boy's potential when it comes to kiting the hunter. We can expect no less from him. Oh wow.
That was
a normal hit.
damage. Yeah. From the statues. But then again, that was a very nice juke back there. You know, denying that statue from hitting him once again. And then, although Little Boy may have directed it to Hata, I think Hata here may go for the stun. Oh, okay, no. But still, was able to get some distance far away here, so let's see.
That's right, and it only takes one more chip hit for Little Boy to be down here, so Zed will try his very best at least to place those statues. Oh, it's nicely stunned. And here comes that support. Okay, so indeed, yes, this was meant for support, but it's just that Zed really did a good job at aiming those statues, and now little boy is down.
Yes, and I think Zed here is not gonna go too far off with little boy because maybe he wants to secure this one now. Because again, you would want to get as much survivors as possible, but the rescue is gonna happen here. Good, nice job for Hata, but that's gonna be with the help of the tide. Stun, beautiful,
wow.
Beautiful for Hata back there, and he gave a space for little boy to run through. And then going back to the factory here, but the chisel may go for the statue right there, but not gonna get little boy just yet.
That's right. That was some really good support there on the part of the dancer and the forward, because I believe those were 2 music boxes that really slowed Zed down. And now a little boy doing his rebound kite, and that was a missed blink right there, but still, wow, little boy just toughing it out right here. 4 ciphers remaining, but really good progress on those ciphers. So this is some really good kiting that little boy is showing us. Zed still relentless in his chase. And it looks like
look at that. 2 ciphers remaining off the bat, Kahelle. And yes, you did mention that Zed was really persistent in catching off little boy, but you mentioned as well that because little boy also has this great kiting capabilities, it managed to work out for the members of GH in getting those 2 ciphers done. And the fourth one is at 76% already. So if he keeps this up, this is actually a good sign for GH.
Actually, this is already a very impressive kite right here. Little boy very consistent with his kiting. Look at those dodges he's able to pull off. He has been looping Zed here for what seems like 10 years already. Just transitioning to and fro. And look at that cipher that has already been popped. Wow, Xeaora, this is the end game. This is it. This is where it's about to go down.
Yeah, and I think Zed does not have the tension here. And right now, Hata may be doing the work here in terms of the diversion play. Maybe the others are also on their way to the other side of the gate. So, like, that could be a potential 3-man escape if Hata were to be captured here. Unless he, went for the dungeon. Because, look, he's on his way to the dungeon right now. They escape right here. That's gonna be a sweep. And I think this is it. I think this is it, Kahelle.
Oh,
we have your winner
from GH. Wow, congratulations. Oh my goodness. That was a really good... I'm speechless, Xeaora. Congratulations, GH, the winner of today's match for day 4 of the group stage. Wow.
Oh, wait. The music gets to me every time. But congratulations to GH. You guys did amazing job. But you have to give kudos to Zed as well. He was very, very persistent in trying to capture little boy. And there were moments wherein he did. It just so happens that Hata, as we predicted, was there to help him, because this is the part wherein they switch once again. The decoders are the kiters and the others are basically decoders this time. And Hata, he's been doing really wonders in trying to keep Zed busy, and
that's right.
The slow box coming in from Captain Kun, that was great. That was amazing.
Yeah, chef's kisses to that. I mean, I think they really planned for this. I think they did anticipate a sculptor, and that's why those music boxes that came into play, it was really such a good provision of support. We thought that Zed had it at the start of the game because there were 5 ciphers remaining when he shared little boy over there at the ruins. But really, those 2 boxes and that stun, that was what did it. in my opinion. That was what turned the tables and was able to give little boy the chance to do his rebound kite. And that was such an impressive kite, Xeaora.
Definitely. At some point, it made me, feel the intensity, the stress and everything. It's like, wow. But good job to GH, and as well to you, Zed. You deserve head pats like these. You did a great job as well. I'm pretty sure you're gonna come back stronger as well. I am looking forward to your Joseph place. Yes, you have captured my heart. Yes, and I will be forever thankful for that. And yeah, that basically wraps up our matches today, and it's pretty amazing to really witness these types of plays, and you really gotta hand it to little boy for me this time into this game. He really bought a lot of time for his members. He used the terrains, as you noticed from earlier. He used it pretty well, and with the help of Hata in the sidelines and Captain Kun as well. Yeah, and I also forgot to mention that Captain Kun was also able to stun Zed in a pallet stun from earlier. That paved the way all the more to furthering the gap that they had during the kiting session. So yeah, that was amazing.
That was amazing.
It really was. It just doesn't sound it because of my voice, but it's amazing, guys. It is.
Yes, Xeaora would like to express how ecstatic she is with all these matches in this top tier gameplay. And I do believe some shout outs are in order. We'd really like to send our love to all these teams and players. Really, you guys are doing so well, showcasing your skills in hunting and surviving. We'd also like to give shout outs to the people who are supporting their favorite teams and players, the viewers. Thank you so much for sticking with us up until this hour at night. I'd also like to give special shout outs to Aurora-san and Rajaman and Fabron. Here are our match data. Wow,
and
167 seconds from little boy here and 0% decoding. Amazing. This is the meta now. And it looks like it was up to Captain Kun to provide that cipher progress that they needed, just to be able to achieve the objectives. Skyfall with also a decent decoding, 198, a 22-second containment. Hata with 149% decoding and 47. It looks like the decoding really was well distributed between these three survivors. What about for Zed here, Xeaora?
So for Zed here, he did have 3 survivor hits, 5 pallets destroyed, and 1 knockdown. And yeah, I mean, like the persistent efforts of Zed to try his best and catch little boy, it's really commendable. And I'm pretty sure that Zed will come back stronger. I feel like most of our hunters at this point doesn't have the tension if it's like a chip, if it has chip damages. But first and foremost, this is the match result. 8-1 for the first round in favor of GH, tied on the second round, and 6-3 on the final round. So yeah, like really kudos to both sides of our teams, but good. GH was one step ahead. Good job, guys. And the best deduction goes to actually Captain Kun right here with a whopping 489% decoding progress. Captain Kun, you do be tighten that cipher, huh? 1 pallet strike, with this came from the dancer, the female dancer that he used just now. 1 rescue, 2 heals, and 202 seconds of containment. So this basically came from the first game that I had with the Seer, and of course partly with the other games as well. So yes, congratulations for bringing home the bacon, Captain Kun. There you
and
have
to
it.
GH as well.
Yes. Very, very
GH
amazing.
is definitely one of those teams to watch out for. They've been on a win streak ever since. These guys are just amazing. I'm really excited to see them in the future matches to come, especially in the playoffs.
Definitely, and I'm really, really excited. I hope to see more female dancers, especially.
Yes.
I assume she was buffed, right? And
yes, she was
yeah,
adjusted.
Yeah, very. And of course, this is the summary of today's match results. We did see Ethereal win with 3 rounds from earlier, and of course GH for the second match of the night. And both of them really did a splendid job. But of course, kudos as well to GS and ECT. Again, guys, I know in my heart, in my soul, you guys will go back stronger. So this is the group stage results for now. And we do see here, Kahelle, why don't you start it off with groups A and B?
So we have NR, we have MP and CZ, also ZK, IVS, and RT. Here are the numbers, people. It looks like Noir and MP are off to a good start, as well as ZK and IVS. There's still some opportunities to make up, given that this is a round robin format. And what about for Group C and Group D? Here we are with our
yeah. Group C looking pretty with ET with 10 round points right now with 1 win. GS with also 1 win, and Fave has yet to face off the other corresponding teams in its group. For Group D, we do see that GH had 19 round points at the moment. That's 2 wins basically, so very powerful for this segment. For BL here, they have yet to face each other, I assume, between ECT and BL for the upcoming group stages to come. But I'm pretty sure, guys, you will go back stronger. I just know it in my heart and my soul. You guys are gonna watch this pretty soon, and try to find a silver lining, not silver lining, actually a better counter to what you guys have done today. And why don't you give me a match schedule for the next one?
Yes, stay tuned for tomorrow. The match schedule here between Mad Penguins and Noir. We've been really excited with these teams because they also have been killing it so far. Now here is IVS and ZK also in tomorrow's match schedule. We've seen IVS outstanding gameplay as well, really good hunters, and let's not take away from ZK as well. Really, there's much to expect. I'm really excited for the teams. I'm so excited for the viewers as well. It's gonna be a good show. Xeaora, it's the last day of casting.
Of course. Do you have like a message, of course, with them?
Well, I would really just like to thank everybody for this opportunity. It's been such a pleasure casting with you and Poch and Rin. I do look forward to more opportunities. Thank you so much for having me here. And thank you to, again, just shout outs to my friends Aurora-san. Thank you so much for your insights and game knowledge and info on the teams. And my study partners, good job, man, and Fayron from the Philippines. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. You guys are amazing. Yeah, that's basically it. And I would also like to give, again, shout outs to CTS, the first Philippine team to make it to competitive Identity 5, no less, the IVC Southeast Asia 2021. This will forever go down in history as the first Filipino team. The boldly gone where no Filipino has gone before.
Definitely, and of course, yeah, we've seen a lot of intense battles today, and I'm pretty sure it's a good job to all of our teams today. You guys deserve a head pats, but you know, we will be seeing more action into the upcoming more group stages. Again, this is Xeaora and Kahelle. We'll be seeing you on the next one.
Yeah.